7 o'clock in St. Louis, and you were listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. And Doug, on a jam-packed Stiefel dossier, I think the lead now has just been adjusted. Charles Nelson Riley is in the YouTube chat.
Oh, is he really? I liked him on the match game very much.
Martin, you're familiar with his work. He's a fan of the program.
More feminine than Paul Lynn's voice.
Probably
kind of.
so.
Large glasses a la Harry Carey. And maybe a scarf around the neck.
Right. Yes.
Would you like to see the scarf around the neck brought back?
He was kind of an older version of James J. Bullock.
Oh, yeah, friend of the program.
Friend of the show. Was he on the show?
He was on the program.
For what reason?
I don't, you know what? Maybe Buck Swope needs to call in or text in, but I do remember producer Joe interviewing Jim J. Bullock for the show 20 years ago. He is not on the Stiefel dossier today, but Doug, Chris Kerber, and Brad Thompson, they are.
Okay.
And the Dotem makes its return to the St. Louis golf scene for the first time since 2023. All of the details coming your way at 8 o'clock with the announcement of the 2025 Dotem Golf Tournament. Doug, and I know you love Dick Dotem.
I don't like Dick Dotem. No, he's suspended indefinitely, but he puts on a darn fine golf tournament.
He does indeed. And we will
Does he return for that?
The details. He has played many a time in a French fry bucket hat. You ever wear a French fry bucket hat?
I'm going to say no, because I don't even know what that is.
Well, it's a bucket hat like LL Cool J, late 80s, Walking with the Panther. Was that the album?
I don't know.
And instead of just like being a color, it has pictures of French fries everywhere. Okay. Really nice.
So he's banned, but he can come back for the tournament.
It's kind of like the Masters. Both the LIV players and the PGA players are welcome at that event, but otherwise they're going to be separated and on the WB or CW, wherever.
Okay. Is there tension with Doug and Dotem on that day, or do they set it aside?
I think he knows that he's suspended. I mean suspended indefinitely.
Wow.
And so he's kind of given up his fight because the decision stands. And so we can get past that. He can play this little golf tournament and do his little thing.
Geez. Oh,
but no, he's not allowed back on the program, no.
Oh, wow. It's too bad.
It's very bad. Doug, we had the Cardinals playing on Saturday. We had the Doggies playing on Saturday. We had the Battlehawks playing on Saturday, and we had a little postseason Stanley Cup hockey going on Saturday.
And that's why I'm not going to be much good to you today, Tim.
What?
Because they all lost except for City that tied again 0-0. And so if you think I can just bounce back from that sort of thing and act like nothing has happened, then you just don't know me very well. So, no, I won't be much good to you today.
So you're just going to, like, sit here for the next 4 hours?
Yes. I take this stuff extremely personally. Very hard for me to come back after a loss, much less 3 losses and a not tie.
Well,
can you rally a bit for, what about in segment 7, too? Can I get you to rally just a little bit for some Yoff talk?
I don't know if you saw that on the Stiefel dossier.
Apostrophe Yoff.
Doug, you were having issues of receiving the Stiefel dossier. Jackson, I caught a little passive-aggressive comment in which he said, let me send it to you again. And which email address would you like me to send it to?
And he never sends it to me. To say again is just inappropriate.
Jackson, I mean, are you not sending the dossier to Doug?
It's a living, breathing dossier, and that's the thing. It's like membership at Augusta. Once you have it, you don't need to ask, like, oh, where do I need a membership card? I know. So you always have it. But I sent it again because it has been quite a while since I sent it originally. So, yeah, it should be in your inbox.
Again was a reference to the time you got it in October, Doug. But if you want him to send it to you again.
We get a hard copy, and today the printer's broken, so I didn't get a hard copy.
Martin and Doug received the hard copy. I'm lucky enough to have the living, breathing document right in front of me on my laptop.
Look what I got, Tim. He handed me a pile of pink papers.
Just a pile of pink papers.
Is that like a Zach Bryan song, Pink Papers?
Pink Skies, I think, right?
He handed me a stack he said, here you go, Martin, and it's an empty packet of pink papers.
Well, the first thing that happens when I hand Martin the dossier is like at a carving station at a nice buffet, he starts just writing all over it. He just starts writing all over it like he's got a pair of knives slicing up roast beef. And that's fine, but I want you to still have that opportunity.
For doodling purposes.
So I got you some paper.
Joe Buck calls it the beautiful mind notes. He said they're illegible.
It's like giving a kid some crayons when there's a white tablecloth and just letting them rip.
At the kids' table?
Yeah.
Doug, on the Stiefel dossier is Yoff Talk in segment 7-2.
Okay.
Now, what we do in 7-1, I guess it's always implied that it's light vamping.
Opening banter.
Okay.
In opening banter. It's not even written down anymore in the dossier, but we will have Chris Kerber, Brad Thompson on the program, and Yoff Talk, which Stanley Cup playoff talk. And as Doug was just noting, he will not be good to us today because the Blues lost, the Cardinals just got swept, and then the Battlehawks lost and lost a quarterback. And then on top of it, Doug, the Doggies in Vancouver played to a not tie.
That's right.
I thought it was 0-0. It's
Nothing doing. How many? I'm crowdsourcing.
I think it's
try.
6. I think it's 6. I know what you're going to say.
Oh, it's like you guys
games
are
without a
playing
goal?
Jeopardy.
I think it's 6. 6 games where they were shut out. Is that what you're going to ask?
Yeah.
I believe 6 times out of 9, Tim. 6 of 9, I believe they are scoreless. But a couple of those are, you picked up a point.
Yeah. I would just like to see a little bit more action.
What?
First Dotem since the Lee May totem pole incident that Doug started. Indeed. That's from Alan Dadeville, and he gets things going in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. Doug started a Lee May totem pole.
I didn't.
In May of 2023, and that was an unfortunate incident, Martin, in which the Normandy bathroom, the plumbing was not working, and unfortunately, by the end of the day, there was a...
People just kept going in there.
Ew, Mommy, go look in the toilet.
Yeah, really.
That was from the live broadcast in the restroom.
Is that when Tom O'Toole stepped in and said, we got to redo the rock? We got to redo the rock. That's
he and
it.
the Golden Bears saw the Lee May
That's it.
totem pole and said, that'll do it, shut down the course.
They didn't show that to Nicholas.
Hopefully, Nicholas is unaware of the Dotem's history as he stepped in to help revive this great
I would
course.
imagine he knows how important it is to get the layout right.
Have any of you guys
The
driven
Dotem.
by that? Is it coming around okay?
Now, your Normandy
Any
source.
idea?
your geographic crowd.
Well, I don't get up that way unless I'm playing
right,
golf.
You think
Also-
Jackson leaves Ladue to go check out St. Charles Rock
Well,
Road?
It's not likely.
Jackson, you driving around St. Charles Rock Road?
Not for leisure, I would say.
Leisure?
What are your other reasons?
You know, I guess I've driven past it in the last calendar year. I didn't, but you know, when I drive, Doug, I keep my eyes on the road.
I would think so.
10-2, Martin. 10-2.
Yeah.
I just wonder how it's coming along.
Well, I think somebody could send in a picture. We have a lot of folks who drive, I think. It doesn't Buzz drive for a living?
lot of
Well,
listeners
he's a
do.
delivery
Well, that's
driver
what I'm saying.
in
We
the
have-
Wentzville territories.
Okay. If we could get somebody in the
Chairman
Normandy
just passed his driver's
territories.
test.
Oh, congratulations, Chairman. Sunshine Scooter says, shut it down. He's done with St. Louis sports. He wants them all shut down. Sunshine Scooter, of course, Martin being Lee Corso's name when he played at Florida State.
Oh, that's right. Of the 4, so there were let's see, we had a not tie. Doggies can't score. Battlehawks they were struggling to score, then they lost their quarterback. Cardinals can't win on the road. Blues lose a tough one. We'll get into Yoff Talk. But of the 4, Tim, I would say I'm the most bullish on the Blues, even though their situation is the most serious. Like the Cardinals have a long way to go. The Doggies still have a long way to go. The Battlehawks have 6 games left.
6 games left.
But I would say of the 4, I'm the least concerned about the note.
Oh, that's good to hear. But is that based on
The others being
Okay, yes,
on
that's
the
what I'm
negative
trying.
side.
That's what I'm trying to find
Well,
out where
that's
you
a
are
factor.
and why you're there.
That's a factor.
So we got Yoff Talk coming up here on the program, as you might imagine, with the Blues opening up the playoff series in Winnipeg and losing by a final of 5-3. That covered the over very heavily, as I think the total went off at 5.5, and Winnipeg was minus 180 in game 1. They're minus 195 for tonight's game 2, which you can catch here on 101 ESPN. Doug, 637.5. So 637, 30.5 for puck drop. Do you like the over or the under?
I'll say the under.
Nice. Now, the Blues are supposed to play at 8:30 on Thursday here in the Gateway to the West.
Yeah. the gateway to the best football team.
That's correct. I've moved the number to 845 30.5. Jackson loved it at 843 30.5. So the number moved because of Jackson's bet.
Okay.
For the puck drop.
All right.
Again, they tell the people 8:30, and then they get you real nice, like an SEC college bet. They get you real nice, like. So what do you think's going to happen? Over or under for the game 3? Puck drop.
And you said the time is what again?
845 30.5.
I'll say they get it in before, just to be different, just to be a
Jackson still on the under? Or over, I'm sorry. And even though the numbers move.
Yeah, I still got to stay on the over just because of the 2 anthem thing. Did you see they had two anthems? They had 2 anthems before the game on Saturday. Gentleman in the it was silver fox, but long hair nonetheless.
Jackie watching.
Wow, look at you.
Yeah.
You watched the Blues and Jets?
Yeah, and he was belting it out. And I think we're going to have some, and it'll be the first time in St. Louis. Therefore, I think the person in St. Louis, and rightfully so, belted out. And 2 anthems. That's
2
why I think
anthems,
over.
so you're going over. All right.
I'm going over on both. It was 5:16, I want to say, puck drop on Saturday. So I would stick with that.
Yeah,
I'd kind of stick with that 15, 16-minute window.
The number might have to move up again. And everybody is on the over. Plus, the total package says the NHL is a garage league. Thanks.
Oh, come on.
Even during the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Can I ask a question? Tim, are you taking
I'm
questions?
taking questions. Doug is not. He has let us know he will not be good to us today because of the local teams not having a great weekend.
So after the game tonight, the Blues and Jets will have played twice?
That's right.
All right. And then Dallas, Colorado after tonight will have played twice?
That's right.
But the Panthers and Lightning tomorrow play game 1?
That's right.
Can I ask why?
Doug is in charge of NHL scheduling. So
Well, probably availability of their buildings.
Oh, is it Cat Williams' fault? Brooks and Dunn is playing down in southern Florida.
I blame all of these artistes.
Okay.
Call the plumber. Jackson effed us on Saturday. He's a jinx. That's from 2023. Listener of the Year, Chairman Steve in Wildwood.
So you're saying me watching caused the Blues to lose? Well, if I have to fall on the sword and not watch, that'll
You're
be
willing to take the bullet for
that'll be my
everybody's
cross
guy.
to bear.
So where did you watch the game on Saturday?
My buddy Pete's.
Pete's. And you guys watched the entirety of the game?
Yeah.
I'm picking up I just want Martin to know I'm picking up some kind of read. I'm not sure where I am.
You went out and played a game of horse in between.
There's just something
What?
that tells me that I think he's got like pocket 6s, and I think it's worth playing the hand. I think I can get him to lay it down by the time we get to the river.
There was a small lapse during the third period when the Blues were kind of losing it a little, maybe losing their heads a little bit. Me and my buddies were going to dinner. And so there was a brief lapse in between driving there. But I got there and I watched all of the scraps at the end. Antonino's on the hill. Pretty tasty.
So you guys thought, hey, the Blues are leading by a goal against the President's Trophy winners. Why don't we get up and go over to Antonino's?
Get some pasta.
Good T-Ravs, too. Really good T-Ravs.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But at what point did you say, yeah, let's head out? It's 3-2. They've got this. Is that what you said? And did any of your buddies object and say, I wouldn't mind watching the end of the tilt?
Yeah, what kind of dandy dinner is this?
Oh, man.
We'll come back and watch some cinema.
No, they
Were you
said we're
comfortable
going.
leaving, though, with the lead?
Yeah, I was fine.
Oh, okay.
But again, I was
What about your compadres? How many guys were there?
there's 3 of us.
And
Pete and Herb?
Pete didn't go to dinner with us.
So Pete hosted, but then you guys didn't invite him to dinner. What
We did.
Pete do
He didn't
wrong?
want to go.
because you want to watch the game.
Right.
Eh.
Pete's a man's man.
He likes the Blues way more than any of us.
Well, then he probably wouldn't leave a playoff game while it's going on, being decided in a third period and during a whiteout of all things.
Agreed. And the proof was in the pudding because he didn't.
Okay. Call in, Pete.
Sounds like Jackson won't be taking his call. We will take your calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. You're also welcome to text into the program, 314-399-9646. Then you got that YouTube chat where friends gather and talk it over. 156 already in there. It's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. And you can go in there and talk it over. YouTube.com/TMASTL. It is the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And I've just been told Private Citizen Pete is on.
Oh, is he really?
Oh, no.
Reread that text.
Oh, it says private citizen Pestis line on. That was a bait and switch. That's bad reading on my part.
Bad reading is in segment 8-3, I believe.
That's correct. Private citizen Pestis is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
Hello.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Yes.
How are we doing?
Oh, we're doing fine. You?
I'm doing good. Did you have a good Easter?
We certainly did. Yeah, at least I did. Yeah, I hope you did as well.
I had a great one. Family and everybody was here.
Great. All right.
As far as Cardinals baseball, I'm not worried about them. It's still early in the season. We're still going to get that 90 to 95. Just don't give up on them this early.
Doug, don't give up.
You see this as a 95-win team?
It's going to be a little tough. It's going to be a little tough.
It ain't a little tough.
Oh, okay.
The past three that we played three of the best teams on the Eastern Division of the National League.
Doug, also
played
DBA
Philadelphia.
NL East.
We played the Yankees, the Meats, and then we played Houston. All three of those are contenders for their division. Now, we're still there. We're out of it. We had a bad series. That's okay, I understand. But the one that hangs me the most is the Blues. And that's because Benny can't keep the puck out of the goal in the last 5 minutes.
I like
He's got a
cookies.
bad habit of doing it.
It's a bad habit for a goalie.
Yeah. Take a look at the thing since the
Doug,
Four
take a look at the
Nations.
thing.
Okay.
Take a look at the goals since the Four Nations and look at how many of them he's let go in the last 7 to 5 minutes of the game.
Well, there
It's
have
a
been
lot.
there have been a few. But you're not giving up on the Blues, are you?
Just something to look into.
Hell no.
Okay.
I don't give up on the Blues. And besides, another thing, we have found a name for the baby,
What's that?
Victoria Blue.
Victoria Blue.
No relation to Victoria Babu.
Or Principal.
No, not the Babu, but Victoria Blue's related to Joe Boo.
Oh.
Oh, okay. You workshop this one this weekend?
No, I worked it for the past week when I've been trying to get a hold of you.
Oh,
Somebody
well,
puts
sometimes
me on
we're
hold
very
and
busy.
leaves me there.
Sorry. Sometimes we get busy.
It's,
I understand. You're busy. I understand that.
You know.
And the Milagro tequila bottle that you gave me,
Doug, why'd
Yeah.
you give him a
January's winning,
Yeah.
the family was amazed on it.
Oh, they
loved
liked it, did they?
Oh, they didn't drink it.
No.
They just like the look of it. They're not opening that bottle.
Oh, okay. It's kind of a trophy for you, isn't it?
It is a kind of trophy. I just can't find a cabinet to put it in.
Oh, no.
It's so big.
Okay. Well, we'll try to find a cabinet and send it your way.
No, you don't have to do that.
Listener of the year gets a
We had a
cabinet.
great time over the weekend. Cardinals will be okay. St. Louis soccer team, I don't know what to say about them. They're floating the boat and it's going down.
You know, well, they can't score.
And the Battlehawks, I don't know what's happened the last two games. I hear that they lost their quarterback this past
Well,
weekend.
Manny Wilkins went down.
Is he out for a while or what?
I think so.
crowdsourcing.
I think he is.
Yeah, okay.
Look good.
We'll see what we can do with the next one.
All right. All right.
All right, gentlemen. I've
Thank you,
had enough of-
Pestis.
Hey, Tim, Charles Nelson Riley.
Jackson was very quick to
Oh, no. He got the buzzer.
God.
Tim, Charles Nelson Riley was born in New York City to an Irish Catholic father and a Swedish Lutheran mother.
All right.
When young, he would amuse himself by creating puppet theater.
That's all right.
His mother often told him, save it for the stage. So there you go. If you're wondering about Charles Nelson Riley.
Who you can interact with at youtube.com/TMASTL. He is in the YouTube chat today.
At age 13, he survived the 1944 Hartford circus fire. It killed 167 people, which made him afraid to sit in the audience ever again.
Just in Hartford? Or it's
I think in general. And that's why he was destined for the stage. He won a Tony Award. Charles Nelson Riley.
Yeah, you can interact with him. YouTube.com/TMASTL, and then you can compete for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. JV golf coach with a 2-goal lead as we head down the stretch in the month of April. Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. JV golf coach currently leading the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day standings. Design Air is online at designairservice.com with great Seth Goldcamp and his team. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. And as the weather starts to warm up and you want to make sure your air conditioning is working for the months of May, June, July, August, and September in St. Louis, you get it taken care of now with designairservice.com, running by and checking everything out, making sure you are ready for the warm months in St. Louis. Online at designairservice.com, the longest running sponsor on TMA is Design Air Heating and Cooling. All right, it's time for You Off Talk. It's coming your way next here as we talk Stanley Cup playoffs in Game 1 of the Blues and Jets next here on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. The last 10 minutes in Winnipeg.
Didn't go well.
Battlehawks highlights.
I'm just not going to be much good to you.
The Cardinals road series weekends bad. 0-7.
1-9 on the road for the year.
It's a nice W in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, we did get that one. We'll cling to that. That's what we'll do.
Atlanta's won 3 in a row. Cardinals haven't. Well, they'll be challenged tonight.
Be interesting to see how that shakes out.
But now it's time for Yoff Talk
That's true,
here
yes.
on TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, the Blues had 2 shots on goal in the third period in their loss to the Winnipeg Jets. One of those was a desperation shot. Sweet mother of mercy. The Blues lose 5-3 your final in Game 1.
Really kind of felt like it was going to be a win. They got off to such a nice start, played really well for 2 periods, and then just didn't have much going at all in that third period. So you kind of feel like if you're going to win one on the road, this was right there to be won, and they let it get away from them. So it's going to be a tough series just in general. The Jets are a very good team, extremely good defensive team. So I don't know that the Blues are going to have a whole lot of games against them where they score any more than 3 goals. You hope 3 is enough. Certainly it wasn't on Saturday.
Yeah, I think going into that, if you say you get 3 against Hellebuyck, who had a great season, you got a pretty good chance to win. I'm just wondering, that third period, was it just the Jets doing what they wanted to do? Was there a little bit of strategy? You're up 3-2. You wouldn't sit on a lead when it's 3-2, but did they?
But Martin, that's what I think a lot of it was.
But I mean, were they just kind of content? Like, let's just lock in a little
Doug
bit.
calls it parking the bus.
I mean, you can't when you're up 3-2 and 1 shot on goal. That's almost unfathomable.
How about this,
in a
Dad?
20-minute period?
Jordan Kyrou was the only player on the Blues to have a shot on goal in the 25.5-minute stretch of play between the score being 3-2 St. Louis and then 5-3 Winnipeg. Hello again, everybody.
I mean, that's almost impossible. And that's why I am wondering, and Kerbs will join us,
8:15.
did he see it kind of in front of him playing out, that they were kind of locking in, sitting back, and saying, well, we're in a good spot? I mean, you if so, you can't. You can't sit on a 3-2 lead.
No.
I think since Holloway has gone down, which is an important part of the conversation, that during the broadcast, the TNT broadcast, when they were making the observation that both teams fully healthy, I thought to myself, well, that's not the case. And that's not the case for the Jets either, but for the Blues, the Holloway injury has materially altered the way the team looks ever since that second period game against the Penguins. And Holloway not being a part of it impacts the Blues' scoring depth. And so I've wondered, because we've seen it now in tight games when that losing streak began, that the Blues would kind of go into this, Doug, you call it park the bus?
Well, I've heard that.
Strategy, because part of it is this is what Winnipeg does defensively, and then the Blues go, okay, we're going to park the bus, and you see the result. I mean, it was 1 shot until the desperation shot that counted as a shot on goal. But other than that, as noted, Jordan Kyrou, the only player on the Blues to have a shot on goal in damn near half the hockey game. Between the score being 3-2 Blues and what was the final 5-3 Winnipeg.
Because the rest of the formula, you want to out-hit them. 53-33, Blues led in hits. You want to win on the dot, Doug. You got to be good on the dot.
And they did.
The bus
Great
went
on the face-offs, but you only had 17 shots.
But the face-off that the Jets won wound up being the game winner.
Yeah.
But I think with Hellebuyck, you want to test him as often as possible because everybody talks about his playoff failures. So put a lot of rubber on the net, Doug. Put some rubber on the net.
Yes, I would advocate
You were
for that.
probably watching it going, shoot.
I was. But you got to give some credit to Winnipeg. This is who they've been all year.
So they're on scholarship also?
LA's on scholarship, too. They've done this to the Blues 3 or 4 times already just this season. They shut you down defensively. It's a hard team to score against, even to get a shot off. The Blues are going to have to figure something out.
I thought at the time, I thought the Suncoast goal was huge because I felt like, oh boy, here we go. It's tilting in their direction. You had the early lead. The Bob Thomas TMA bump was real. And then they get 2 goals, and you're like, all right, here we go. Jets are just going to, I thought it for a moment, well, here we go. They're just going to clobber the Blues. And then Suncoast, of all people, scores. You're right back in it. That was a game. I think that's the frustrating part, in spite of those poor shot numbers. That was a winnable game.
So I think I agree with that. I think that you come away from it with 2 different perspectives on not just what took place, but then how you look ahead. Number one, it was there for the taking. And then number 2, because I think it was in part because of what the Blues were doing strategically, and then how good Winnipeg is, that they were able to impose it and then exacerbate it with just dominating the Blues and how tight they play, that you go, yeah, this is going to be awfully difficult to get back in this thing when this team is as talented as they are. And my observation, throughout has been, and by that I mean on Winnipeg, there was an appreciation for the Colorado Avalanche's greatness when the Blues played them in the second round of the playoffs 3 years ago. And it was talked about in the regular season that this might be one of the best teams we've seen since, perhaps that Red Wings team of 2002 that's just full of Hall of Famers. And so whoever was going to go up against them was really going to have their hands full. So from that standpoint, Golden Knights beat Minnesota last night. And even though I think some might go, well, the Golden Knights might have been the tougher matchup, I think that's because Winnipeg carries with it this, well, they're going to fall apart. Hellebuck's going to fall apart in the postseason. So that's the matchup that you'd rather have. And I'm just not sure that that's necessarily the case. But I think kind of like a college football team, the name then maybe guides what people's appreciation is for how good the team is. In other words, if this were the Avalanche with 116 points, if this were the Golden Knights with 116 points, and the defensive stats that they have, I think there might have been a greater fear. And I think we got a chance to see, unfortunate as it might be, both who the Blues are without Holloway offensively for the second half of that game, but also how great that Winnipeg team is. They're just the Winnipeg Jets, and so they don't carry with them the cachet of some of these more recent dominant franchises. Instead, they're viewed as a team that's going to falter in the postseason despite a great regular season.
All right. We're judging them more on their past than on what they did this year.
That's right, because the Blues were the same thing 6 years ago, and then you turn that thing around, and then all of a sudden you're intimidating.
Yeah. This was about the worst matchup the Blues could have gotten, I think. Especially you take Holloway away, offense is going to be hard to come by, and you go up against the best defensive team in the league. That's a bad recipe.
Which is why the fact that they were at 3-2 with Kyrou skating down there, great opportunity. Hey, tip your cap to Hellebuck. He went 5-hole and he makes the save. But my God, that would have been monstrous. It goes without saying, any playoff goal to put you up 2 is huge. But in particular, in that situation, and I really do, we talked about this last week, winning game 1 with the psyche of that team. I read a bunch of Winnipeg coverage on Saturday night and Sunday morning, and there really is something in the market, I think similar probably to St. Louis in 2019, that, okay, even though this is a great regular season team, it's like being a Missouri fan for basketball or football. You just wait for the bottom to fall out. And if you go in there and you beat that team, plus with Hellebuck having a couple goals that they were like, oh, that isn't great, is he back to falling apart in the postseason, what that can do and the pressure they feel going into game 2. So you, of course, want to win the game, but in particular, I think, with the opponent the Blues have because of the recent history that the organization has. Yeah. So that is more imposing now.
Well, it's not beyond this Blues team to unpark the bus, get it out of the parking lot, wake up some of the ranch hands in the bunkhouse, and unleash an assault on their feed trough. That's exactly what I look for.
That's what Jim Montgomery said in the room. It's like you were in there.
Yeah, that's what I would look for. Long way to go here. Long way to go. We can still pull ourselves up by the bootstraps, and doggone it, we can win this thing if we can just get hot.
Get hot and stay out of the box. Right?
Yeah.
It's interesting that a couple of the bad penalties were the two guys playing in their first ever playoff game. With
I think that is big time of note.
Bolduc and Neighbors, and I thought the line from Sundquist post-game was great. He said, instead of retaliating, he said, laugh at them. So, like, when they're trying to goad you a little bit, trying to egg you on, he said you should laugh at them. I love that line.
Those penalties drive me crazy. Away from the play, you give somebody a cross-check, you don't think that's going to be called?
Right. And it's just a little bit of that edginess that comes with the playoffs, but you have to be better than that.
Yeah, it's kind of selfish, too, because you put your team certainly in a really bad spot. I don't mind the tripping that they call on Parayko. You know, he's fighting with his stick to get the puck. You know, that stuff just happens. But the away from the action cross-check, that's really stupid. That's really horrible penalty to take.
And the early penalty on the Jets was a bad call, and then almost immediately they're going to get one back. They're going to find a way. It's almost written somewhere that the refs are like, we kind of blew that one. All right, let's look for one. And then they do. They find one. But I do think it's a lesson for those younger guys. You just cannot retaliate, cannot just be stupid.
Blues not on the ice for a couple of hours in Winnipeg for their morning skate before Game 2 this evening. So their backup goaltender, Daddy Padre, has an opportunity.
He's not the backup, Tim.
Text in, and he makes this observation from inside the room. I wonder if this will be a fine. The Blues parked the bus from 2 minutes left in the second period on. The Jets are good and all. You got to keep shooting when you see that Hellebuck on the high glove is struggling, and that is absolutely where they were targeting. Don't worry, Timmy. I called out John Forsland on Twitter for that no injury comment. He was literally in Atlanta broadcasting the game remotely. #Garage League. Wow, that's going to be a fine for Daddy Padre.
Well, he took a lot of heat for that TNT, which is a flagship for I don't understand that. I mean, they're saving money, but it's the freaking playoffs. And it was noted that they were in Atlanta, which is, it's not COVID anymore. It's not, what is the excuse other than we're saving money? Oh, well, it's not a Tuesday in February. It's the playoffs.
It's got to be the saving money.
Oh, of course. But
a couple of flights, a couple of hotel rooms, a couple of dinners.
Is it the
That's what they
tariffs?
say.
I mean, for God's sakes.
The tariffs? I don't think so.
How is...
Daddy Padre is back, and again, this is from Winnipeg, where he, who knows, maybe he gets some time tonight. They were a President's Trophy team, too, with Viarda and Ehlers. They don't have them. It's not the same team. That's from Daddy Padre, so he's not happy with the comment regarding everybody's healthy. You're going, I'm sure Jets fans are going, what? And Blues fans are going, what? What in the hell? And you're down in Atlanta, too?
Yeah.
Daddy Padre, big boy.
There he is.
Okay.
That's from Winnipeg.
Yeah, that does seem bad to stay in Atlanta for that. What's happened to the industry?
Sure. Reduction in revenue, streaming, and rights fees have led to massive layoffs and reduction in travel and expenditures.
Okay.
The NHL just had a huge year, though. I mean, revenue's got to be up for the NHL.
Record attendance, Doug.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can't afford to have the announcers there?
Players don't ask to be overpaid.
The announcers do, you know? The announcers would like to be overpaid. There's some overpaid announcers in the NFL.
I enjoyed text.
Yes, Martin. What's going on in the Air Comfort Service text inbox?
I enjoy a text that begins with Jackson, babe. Come on. Hey, babe.
Jackson. Are you Jackson, babe?
And it's an NBA take, and it's a serious question. It's a Jackson, babe. Are the Lake Show in trouble? It's from the Loomster. He wants your honest...
They weren't ready for Minnesota's aggression.
Gosh, we're knee-deep in Yoff talk.
Well, I guess this is NBA Yoff talk.
And then the Loomster signs in with a Jackson, babe.
I like that, Doug. Jackson, babe.
Okay.
Our taser drops. He says, what did he say? Come here, babe. And then gets tased.
Oh, yeah. That's a
Larry Connors. Yeah,
back.
Well, we're going to hear that again, aren't we?
Sounds like it. Jackson's got it all ready to go. Take a listen, Doug. Now he's typing that, which means he does not have it. He does not. Here it is.
Come on, babe. Put the bag down. You can't make me put this thing.
All right, so the Blues are Larry Connors, and the Jets are the taser, and Larry lived to tell.
That's right.
And he was just fine.
Just a second after you hear the click, and then you hear the scream.
Come on, babe. Put the bag down. You can't make me put this thing.
Right there.
I think the Blues will be just fine, just like Coach Connors.
Do you really?
We're going to bounce back. I think you win tonight, you're fine.
That's the game. Yeah, you come back to St. Louis 1-1, you'd be like, holy crap, here we go.
But you honestly could even, I don't want them to lose, but you could lose tonight, like that series tonight, and then come home and then win 2 at home. I'm just saying, it is a long series. I don't think game 1 has not changed my opinion. It's going to be tough, but I do think it's a long series, and weird crap happens. You never know.
I don't know. I said this to Jackson on QFTA, and we also did the spread zone, and I was the MFing Antichrist for saying it, but I'm like, I'm taking the Jets. I don't do it with joy, but I have an obligation to tell people what I think, and I just don't think that there is an appreciation for how good the Jets are, in part because of the way they're able to impose their will defensively, and when you see them do it in the dominating fashion that they did it against a team that has lost scoring depth because of Holloway's injury, you go, oh crap, that wasn't fluky. That was what they do, and they were able to do it in such a dominating fashion that it concerns me. So it'd be one thing if the Blues would have been as competitive as they were in the first half of the game for the second half of the game, but when the Jets were just able to choke the life out of them offensively in the second half of the game, and that's also what they did when they played up there to end that winning streak a couple weeks ago, that I sit there and I go, oh boy, I will be intrigued to see what adjustments the Blues make for Game 2. So Martin, speaking to that, of course, they could lose tonight and then come and win two in a row. We saw that happen in the inverse with the Blues and Jets in 2019. The Blues winning the first 2 and then the Jets winning the next 2, albeit on the road. With this, I'd like to see what adjustments they make to keep Winnipeg from doing what they were able to do for essentially damn near the entire second half of that hockey game tonight, win or lose, to see what they can do and how they can counter that, because that's how Winnipeg got to 116 points, and that's how Winnipeg was able to outscore the Blues 3-0 the final 30 minutes of the hockey game.
If you were offered a deal where you could take a tasing and that guaranteed a Blues win, would you do it?
No.
You wouldn't do it?
Jackson,
You're not much of a fan.
I would for the team.
One per game, you take 4 tasing.
Well, I have to get 4. I just wanted to win tonight.
Well, you want to win the series or not?
Well, I'm going to start with, I'll take the tase for tonight, then you're on your own.
Yeah, after that, Martin gets us back home for a best of 5 with the Blues having home ice advantage. There you go.
I mean, I could get through it.
If it feels like one of those dog collar, like a shock collar.
Or are you into that kink?
I'm not necessarily into that kink, and I'm not kink shaming those who are.
Nice. Other people listening with dog collars on. Call in.
Yeah, if you are, please call in. Maybe that, but like an actual taser or a stun gun? No, I'm not doing that.
I'd rather
it's
not.
Dangerous.
I'd rather not, but if it helps this city lift up, Doug, I'll do it.
Now, that's the kind of attitude we need more of.
It's a long I think Tim's right, that they're underappreciated. They should be favored. I think KG looked it up the other day. It was 14 of 16. The ESPN hockey pundits picked the Jets. They should be favored, but I do think it's a long series.
But I don't think people were picking the Jets like 4-0 or 4-1, and they didn't pick the number of games in that column that he's referencing. I think people expect it to be a long series, usually constitutes 6 or 7 games when people say that. And I could certainly see that. Don't get me wrong. I think with Carolina and New Jersey is an example. That's one where people are thinking, okay, that might be a sweep or a 5-game series. You just got it. You saw what they do, and they were able to do it so effectively that is concerning. So I will be intrigued, not just, of course, for the outcome tonight, where you want the Blues to win and bring this thing back to a raucous building on Thursday night, 1-1, but also if Winnipeg is able to, and I can't imagine it'll be as dominating this time, let's hope not, but how the Blues counter that. What will the Blues do? Because also another part of that was the Blues power play was responsible for a couple of those goals as well. Will the Blues go bat crap with the hits? It's great. It's a strategy that we actually saw them utilize to an extent in 2019, albeit with a massively different roster. Teams would be in submission mode by the time games 5 and 6 rolled around, much less game 7. They'd be shells of themselves because the Blues would pound them into submission. That's another thing, had they gotten that thing in Winnipeg on Saturday night. I loved it. I loved that they were out hitting them the way that they were. I mean, but
I would think that'd probably be part of the game plan. Because
to continue to do it, that's a strength.
Yeah, because I think Winnipeg has got more offensive talent than the Blues, and they've probably got more defensive talent as well, not to mention the number one goaltender in the league right now. So I would think maybe that's the strategy that you use, is just try to wear them down physically. And maybe that'll pay dividends in a long series if you can get a couple wins.
One loss versus a great team, and Tim jumped off the ship already. Playoff hockey, Tim. Be better. That's from Jamie's Vacation Speedo.
Come on now, be better.
I just have to say, respectfully to Jamie's Vacation Speedo, I picked the Jets before the series because one of the things that makes me perhaps the greatest of all time, those are Doug's words, not mine, is that I'm not running for office. And I pride myself on paying my bills with your hatred. And I welcome it.
Would you like me to block this fellow?
No, I respect the perspective. However, I just need to state the facts in addition that I picked the Jets beforehand. But let it be known that I picked Missouri to win the NCAA tournament and the Rangers to beat the Cardinals in 2011. So even though I speak infallibly, a handful of times I've been wrong. And those two are the only ones that I can think of. But a handful of times. I don't want to be correct, but I don't come on the air and just tell everybody that I think the Blues are going to win the Cup and the Cardinals are going to win the World Series and, the Battlehawks are going to win whatever that thing is.
Whoa. It's the
right.
It's the UFL Cup because one side is the XFL conference.
Nice.
It's a conference with 4 teams, Tim. Some would call it a division. This is a conference. And then you have the XFL and, okay, what did I say? USFL on one side, Doug.
Okay.
Birmingham is a snootful with that Skip Holtz.
Right.
Yeah, Skip Holtz once it. Was he at UConn? Was he at UConn? Was he at East Carolina?
I think, did he ever get a big job other than Birmingham?
He was interviewed for the Missouri job.
So it's the XFL on one side. It's the USFL, and then they play for the UFO. Tom Brady was at the Dome last summer, handing it out.
Yes, he was.
There you go.
Yeah, Doug, that's a problem right when it starts that way.
Be better?
Let me get this straight. Jackson went to to dinner with the girls, and the guys stayed and watched the game. You can act like a man. Go out to dinner with the girls again tonight, and don't even think about going to OB's until the Blues win the Cup. That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood. I didn't know you were dining with the girls.
I don't think there were any girls, were there?
No, it was all men, baby.
All men who said, it's the third period of a Stanley Cup playoff game on a Saturday night. Why don't we go out and get dinner?
Got dinner together at a fancy schmancy restaurant?
I wouldn't. I mean, Antonia's is a lovely restaurant, but I wouldn't say you have to, put on your Sunday best to go there.
You walk in.
Not a
Any
shot.
tables available? Yes. Everyone else in town is watching the hockey game. Where would you like to sit?
They have television sets there where you can watch the game. Doesn't seem like it. No, I didn't go with any women.
You went by yourself.
No. 2 of my buddies.
And they hate the
And
Blues
that's all
too?
he's saying about that.
One of them doesn't care about sports, and then generally speaking, and then the other one isn't a local and doesn't really care about that.
Isn't a local.
Yeah.
Is he in
these
from
strangers?
Manhattan? L.A.
Chi-town.
Stand up.
No, we're better than Chicago.
See?
Why didn't somebody tell Jackson to be better?
They've been telling me to be better for a while now. There's nothing I can do. I tried my best. I was watching that game, skate boy skate, yelling, Sonny, goal. Robert Thomas scored. I said, TMA bump.
There it is, the TMA bump.
They were hitting each other. I was like, woo.
No hate. Just wish you were on the ship. I love you, Tim. You are the best. That's from Jamie's Vacation.
Oh, no.
And he's right about the last part. And I'm not saying, my obligation is to tell the audience what I really think. And I don't think that the Blues are going to beat the Jets. And I said this before they lost game 1. So
I think that's a reasonable take.
But I want to be wrong, and I have made predictions against local teams in the past, which of course are never well received, but I don't always pick against the local teams. Of course, I grew up here. I am a fan of these teams, but my obligation is to tell you what I think is going to happen. That's all it is. So with Jamie's Vacation Speedo, we're going to spend some quiet time together at a bed and breakfast. Maybe New Hampshire, Live Free or Die episode.
He's got a Speedo just for vacations? Gosh.
Was the Bob Newhart show was that in New Hampshire in the woods?
That might be Vermont.
Daryl and Daryl.
Doug, which one's on the east?
I
think it's New Hampshire because that's what KMOV flew us into for the 2004 World Series.
New Hampshire's nearer to Maine. That's how I used to try to remember.
It might have been Maine, the Newhart show. I get
Bob
confused up
Newhart
there.
will join us coming up in the 9 o'clock
I think he's
hour.
still alive.
The hologram will. He passed last year.
Did
Brad
he?
Thompson is still with us.
You sure?
Yeah, Bob Newhart passed. I'm pretty confident it was 2024, too. I'm going to put 20% of my bankroll that I accumulated from the Justin Thomas win this weekend on Bob Newhart.
He died in
passing for the-
2024, July 18th. Bob, the great Bob Newhart, who I was hoping to run down for us.
He was a funny guy.
94 years old.
Yeah, 94 Bills. Buddy the Elf's father.
The show Newhart was based in Vermont.
Wow.
Rural Vermont.
Man, we're hitting on a lot of things here this morning, like Yoff talk. Here is what Jim Montgomery had to say, Jackson, following the loss on the Blues not having good habits in game one.
Our habits weren't very good tonight. Defensively, we weren't very good tonight. We'll grow. We'll get better. Both teams are forechecking. It's the playoffs. You're going to forecheck hard. I didn't think our puck management and decision-making was quick enough.
Doug, you probably didn't like the edit point.
I didn't. I expected a little bit more. Did he say anything after that? Is there a reason I need to fall off my stool every time a soundbite ends?
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
That sounds like a man who's ready to just throw in the towel.
It's game one, and we're already doing this nonsense.
Play another post-game clip and let's just see how it
let's
ends.
see how the editing is on the other clip.
All right, this is Jim Montgomery, kind of his waning. He's not too worried. A lot of guys who are inexperienced out there on the ice on Saturday.
No, I'd love to hear it.
It's a little bit of execution, and it's a little bit of getting used to Stanley Cup playoffs. We got a fairly young team out there. A lot of guys playing in their first game in the Stanley Cup playoffs. So that's why I know we will get better from it.
It trailed off a little at the end.
That's how he spoke.
Okay.
I don't know
That's
what you
the best
want.
you can do, I guess.
I like that observation. That's one of the things that I am hopeful for in game two, which is why, of course, the outcome is the primary focus. However, recognizing that the Winnipeg Jets also have received scholarships, is that what you said?
They got scholarships too.
I realize that it's going to be difficult to win the game, but how will the Blues show growth? Sounds like something you would say at some kind of seminar at a business park in South County. I'm talking about, these self-inflicted wounds. Will those go away? Bolduc, Neighbors, the bad penalties from guys experiencing it for the first time. Also, the strategy of turtling in the second half of the game. How will they counter that? Because that's what Winnipeg is going to be incredibly successful at, as we saw on Saturday night. So I'm anxious to see that. Going into the playoffs, from my standpoint, this is a different mindset around town, but specifically as, hosting this program, just like I was in 2019, that there was expectations. We really thought that could be a cup team, even though that sounds crazy, considering the Blues had never had one before. This is house money. This is, hey, Bolduc, Neighbors, even Snuggerud, who didn't have his best outing on Saturday night, they are getting experience that is going to be incredibly valuable, just like Winnipeg got a lot of bad experience, but experience nonetheless in their postseason shortcomings here. I mean, this is a team that each of the last 2 years won game one, and then they lost their next four. So perhaps we can see that again, because that's also part of Winnipeg's recent history. But the difference for the Winnipeg Jets going into the season is, okay, we have blown great opportunities in the postseason. Our whole mission is not October through mid-April. Our whole mission is to utilize October through mid-April to get ready to make sure that what's happened the last couple postseasons doesn't happen again, where we went up 1-0 and then we lost the next four. So that is a mindset that they've had up there for a while. Here in St. Louis, it's like, holy crap, this team's in the playoffs when it looked like they might be sellers at the deadline at the Four Nations. So this is house money, and I think it's house money for both fans and in some capacity the Blues front office, that they are getting invaluable experience for a lot of young guys. So let's see how much growth there will be from game one to game two, and I'm anxious to see that because I think there's a hell of an opportunity here. It is 7:54 in St. Louis. Chris Kerber going to join us coming up at 8:15, and we have an announcement on the Dotem's glorious
Have we?
return
Okay.
at 8 o'clock. That is what is coming your way. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Well, as the weather warms up, it becomes engagement season. And if you are thinking about getting engaged, or if you know you want to do it, I would like to recommend Moritz Reusch Jewelers, located on the 15th floor of the tower, right across from the St. Louis Galleria on Brentwood Boulevard in Richmond Heights, right there next to Clayton. Been in there, and I have gotten to know the family. They have been in the jewelry business. They are St. Louis through and through. This is not some out-of-town chain. Since 1982, third generation now operating Moritz Reusch Jewelers. Online at ninjabling.com. That's ninjabling.com. Private offices, private experience, 15th floor of the tower, right across from the St. Louis Galleria on Brentwood Boulevard in Richmond Heights. It's Moritz Reusch Jewelers, online at ninjabling.com.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues fall the Jets on Saturday to go down 1-0 in the first round of the playoffs.
Seemed to be a pause.
A little pause. Blues back in action tonight, though. If you want to listen to the game, you can listen to it right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game will start at 5:30, puck drop at 6:30. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Oh, yeah.
I think you're going to like this, Doug.
Well, the ice is cold and the lights are bright. Blues will take the cup on a Saturday night. Robert Thomas dancing with the puck. Snipe the top shelf, oh, what a run of luck. Oh, at O.B. Clark's, the crowd's going wild. But Jackson's got a different kind of style. Leans in close to the bar, real sly. Says, can you switch it up? Give something else a try. Put on the 2019 WNBA Finals replay. Those ladies are ballin', Washington Mystics all the way. Bartender laughed, you're one of a kind. Then flipped him the bird, didn't pay him no mind. Blues gonna get that cup again, baby, it's true. Singing Gloria down Market Avenue. Raise your glass, do a little twist. 2025's a championship kiss. Shooby-dooby, cup in the loo. Oh, yeah, we do.
Doug, how much are you enjoying this one?
I love this song.
There you go.
Wonderful tune. Wonderful.
Jackson requested they put on the WNBA Finals from 2019.
Like an old one, like tape,
Yes,
like
retro.
like I brought in like a VHS. So like you pop this in.
I think we could raise 5 figures for you to walk into O.B. Clark's on Thursday night at 8:45 and say, "Can you switch it over?"
Just something with the WNBA.
Yeah.
From 2019.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Watch
Jackson's
grind
got
some
style.
tape.
You got style, buddy.
That'd be nice.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Chris Kerber is going to be joining us coming up at 8:15. That's on the Stiefel dossier. But, Doug, we've got a show announcement.
What do we got? Okay.
Martin, you're about to experience your first Dotem. The very first one was in 2016. That is the TMA golf tournament named after Deke Dotem, who, from my standpoint, is the patron saint of the Morning After, even though he's been banned from the show.
Indefinitely.
What year did you ban him, Doug? Because I'd love to
Oh, it
listen.
goes way back.
Yeah, it was an indefinite suspension.
Yeah.
I think that was probably around 2012, Martin, and so now a golf tournament named in his wonderful, wonderful legacy. That is Deke Dotem, and here is the news. Tee off with TMA at the return of the Dotem Golf Tournament presented by Michelob Ultra. That's coming up on Thursday. It's a 2-day event. You can play on Thursday, you can play on Friday, or you can play on both of them. Thursday, May 29th, and Friday, May 30th at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort. Get your foursome together for a full day out on the course with TMA, including, this is all included.
What's included, please?
Complimentary breakfast from Donut Drive-In.
Oh, nice.
Lunch from Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken.
Oh, great.
All your Michelob Ultra beer. The 100 West Dental, closest to the pin competition. This isn't a hole-in-one competition. Closest to the pin competition. An after party with food from Texas Roadhouse on Thursday and Super Smokers Barbecue on Friday. It's all included. Registration opens this Friday morning at 8 a.m., and this is an important part of our announcement, with a portion of the proceeds benefiting the St. Louis Hero Network in honor of Brian McKenna. We wanted to pay tribute to the late Brian McKenna with this year's Dotem. And so I have been talking with his, I guess, nephew, even though they're kind of in the same age range. But that's what happens with these Irish Catholic families. I can speak to that firsthand. Ryan McKenna. And Brian worked very closely with the St. Louis Hero Network, and so that is who our charity partner is for the 2025 Dotem. So this upcoming golf tournament is going to pay homage to Brian McKenna and his legacy with the St. Louis Hero Network, and you can find all the Dotem information now at 101ESPN.com. It is brought to you by Michelob Ultra Superior Light Beer. Doug, the foursomes go on sale this Friday at 8 a.m. Again, Thursday, May 29th, and Friday, May 30th. You can play in one or the other or play in both of them. The golf course is Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort. Went out there with Jesse Kiowski and checked it out a few weeks ago. And I'll be real honest with you. I kind of thought it was like an hour away from, whatever you would want to call the center of St. Louis. I say it's wherever I am at that particular moment.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
But I would say it's about a 15-minute drive from 270 and I-55. That's what I would tell you.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, it's not bad at all.
Just
so when I got there, I'm like, holy crap, it's not bad. Yeah.
Just a little bit south of Imperial.
So that is where it is, a wonderful golf course and perfect spot for our pre-show broadcasts and post-show or post-tournament festivities on Thursday and Friday. So breakfast, lunch, dinner, and beer all included for the 2025 Dotem, as our charity partner is in honor of the late, great Brian McKenna and a charity, one of the many he worked with. This one, the St. Louis Hero Network. Find all of your Dotem information now at 101ESPN.com. It is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. There it is. The Dotem for 2025 is back, Jack.
Sounds fantastic to me. I see the Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort has a bit of a water slide situation.
There's a water park right on the right when you drive on in.
Will the walruses be allowed to go down the water slides?
Kind of like Caddy Day and Caddyshack?
Mm-hmm. It's an important question.
I think we should all go down it just so people don't feel like they can't, So it's like we get the party started.
Okay.
Is there a ceremonial teeing off, kind of like, for years, Jack Nicklaus will get things started?
Ball, please. Tim McKernan on the tee. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a bad idea at all. Dirty Chewbacca with this information. Oak Valley has the best hot dogs in the St. Louis proper region. How about that?
Huh.
Didn't know that.
I've never played at Oak Valley.
I had never been, and that's why Jesse Kiowski and I went out there a few weeks ago to check it out, and it is a wonderful layout. Just taken over by a new ownership group here 4 or 5 months ago, and TMA listeners, one of the people involved actually has played in one of the previous Dotems. How about that?
Oh, really?
So I think it'll be a wonderful facility. So it's like I said, I thought it was an hour away, but it turns out, from 270 and 55, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes in that range. So there you go.
I'm fired up.
I-55.
That'll be fabulous.
I love our golf tournaments. Always a lot of fun.
Good time of year.
Fill out a foursome with your crew?
I don't know.
Who's going to play in this one? The guys that you left the Blues playoff game viewing
that don't like sports?
One of them. One of them might come down for the tournament. I don't know what the situation will be there, but I'll just be hanging out.
People might pay big money to play with Jackson.
I don't know.
Crystal City Clamhammer says this. Oak Valley has one of the best layouts in the area. The back nine gets tight and tough. That's from the Crystal City Clamhammer. And as I was driving to the golf course a few Mondays ago, 2 or 3 Mondays ago, there's a sign that says Crystal City, and you know what I thought of right away? The Clamhammer.
Yeah. Oh, did you?
I did. And I was wondering if we could get together.
Well, probably. Crystal City's not very far from
right.
You just start knocking on doors saying, where's the Clamhammer?
The Clamhammer here.
How quickly would you be arrested?
Any of you seen the fellow they call the Clamhammer?
You guys ought to name it Smoke Valley with all the local talent. That's from Doug Shower Squeegee.
Oh. Is Doug part of that local talent? Like when you're down there?
I'm not from that region.
No, but when you're down there.
Well, then I would be, wouldn't I?
Guys, the fats from the entire region are going to be flocking to South 55 in late May with a beautiful food lineup that you guys have assembled. That's from Steven time. Yeah, Donut Drive-In in the morning, Lee's Fried Chicken for lunch, and then on Thursday, Texas Roadhouse with a smorgasbord for you, Doug. And then on Friday, dinner is from Super Smokers Barbecue. Fatten up for the slaughter, boys.
We're giving these people 3 meals.
And all of your Michelob Ultra, all your beers included.
Whoa.
Right.
I mean, it's a pony.
How long are they going to be there?
I mean, have you ever had a golf scramble? It takes it out of you. You need 3 meals.
At least.
And if you feel cheated, just grab a bunch to take home.
You know, Jackson, you were on that text with Chairman Stephen Wildwood, right?
Yes.
What he sent us, there were some people visual. And we could determine the vehicle
Certainly.
in the rearview mirror. And
Wood paneling.
if I got this image to friends in the enforcement community, they might be able to determine who the pizza thieves were.
That's right.
And Doug, wouldn't that be a landmark
Great to
moment?
get those pies
because
back.
The guy in the passenger seat had like 3 boxes of pizza sitting on his lap, and it was open as he was enjoying it while scurrying away from Normandy in the 2023 Dotem.
I think maybe one of the heavier things I've ever seen in my life.
One of the heavier things you've ever seen in your
Literally,
life.
it was like artery clogging to look at the photo. Is a gentleman with 3 hot pizza boxes on his lap, eating from the top pizza box.
He was going to have all 3 of them. Too.
Like he had 2 more in the holster.
Was it Blutarsky?
It felt like it.
Man, this food lineup, even if you don't play golf, the food pays for itself. That's from Steven time. Yeah, that's the food. And then we got the beer.
We kind of tee off right at the perfect time.
10:30.
10:30.
So we will do the show from 7 to 10 that day. I believe BK and Ferrari were kind enough to be doing their show, expanded an hour that day, so we can go out on the golf course and play. They'll be from 10 to 2 that day.
Yeah.
And we tee off at 10:30. For those of you curious, I probably should have included that.
Yeah, but it is kind of perfect because you get out there, you're not waking up at the crack of dawn like you would for maybe some more of your 8 a.m. shotgun starts. You get to wake up a little earlier, but you come see the program, you get a little donut drive-in, then you get lunch at the turn, and then you get dinner afterwards. A 3-meal kind of day, Doug.
Yeah. It sounds
beer
perfect to me.
throughout.
Guys, Oak Valley is the former Teamsters course. It's a great spot. I grew up playing there. That's from the Chief Smuggling Bear.
All right.
Chief Smuggling.
And you should be able to count on the weather. May 29th, May 30th. That's probably perfect weather type.
Yeah. What number do you think will win it, Doug?
Oh, I'll probably 20 under par.
Oh, you're right about it.
Probably my pairing.
That's right.
Tim, have you already gotten the trophy engraved?
My dad's working on a couple different trophies.
Does this make me one of the fats? Because I'm on the Oak Valley Golf
You
Course
want to know about that hot dog?
website, and I'm on the menu. I'm looking.
How dense is the menu?
Instead of looking at the course layout, they got a beautiful picture here, a glass of wine, maybe a Manhattan.
They got a great bar.
That's what I'm looking
There's a
at
pavilion
here.
and outdoor. You can see the old man. The old man. Take a listen to this. Deep river, my home is over Jordan. Clark W. Griswold, 1980.
I don't know the years, Tim.
I'm going to say 83. Gets me 82 and 84, but I think European Vacation was 85.
Yeah, I think you're nailing it, too.
My family and I are looking for sex. Chris Kerber going to join us coming up in a couple of moments here on our Blues Stanley Cup coverage 101 ESPN interview at 8:15. There is your Dotem announcement. Go to 101ESPN.com to learn more. Get your foursomes together. May 29th, May 30th. The foursomes go on sale at 8 a.m. And this year, our charity partner, the St. Louis Hero Network, one of the many charities Brian McKernan worked with, and we want to pay homage to Brian and all of his charity work. So that is our charity partner for this year's 2025 Dotem as it makes its glorious return, all presented to you by Michelob Ultra. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brian and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Hey, listen, you know what's in front of you is the upcoming summer heat. You know the St. Louis weather. You know how volatile it can be in the spring, and then you know how hot it gets right in the middle of the summer. Take care of your air conditioning unit now. Get it maintained. Get an appointment with the folks at Classic Air Care. Their technicians are amazing. They've got a 4.8 Google rating. You can read the amazing reviews that they have from people, and these are reviews coming from your neighbors talking about other neighbors that are the technicians that are in the homes working on these units. Why do you maintain it? That way you take less of a chance of anything catastrophic happening to the unit when you're using it most in the heat of the summer. It's really that simple. It's like changing the oil on the car or rotating the tires. It needs to be done once a year, whether you do it in the fall, whether you do it in the spring. So if you didn't do it last fall, do it this spring. Get online and make an appointment at ClassicAirCare.com. Now, look, the main thing you can do to help maintain that unit, change your air filters, and you can order air filters on their website as well. They take care of my house. They'll take care of your house. Go to ClassicAirCare.com and make sure you do the basic maintenance that you need to make sure you avoid major repairs on your air conditioning unit. It's that simple. ClassicAirCare.com. They've been making people comfortable since 1926.
It's the Morning After. Shows presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN, and you can always watch and go back and watch on YouTube at youtube.com/TMASTL. 243 friends have gathered this morning on Monday, April 21st, 2025, in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. It is our pleasure to welcome to the program on the Collier and Thompson phone lines the voice of the St. Louis Blues, getting ready for his call of Game 2 tonight in Winnipeg, Chris Kerber. Morning, Kerbs.
Morning, Tim. How are you?
I'm wonderful. How are things up in Manitoba this morning?
You know what? They're good. The weather's been nice. It's a different-looking city when you don't see snow and gray and nothing but sand on the streets. So been a good couple of days and a nice day off for the team yesterday, and we'll see what happens at the skate this morning.
I realize the answer is letter C, both, to the question of, was it more the Blues in the second half of the game, or was it Winnipeg imposing their will and what led them to 116 points with their style of play? But to see the Blues in the position that they were in, Kyrou going in and nearly making it 4-2, and then see how Winnipeg was able to shut them down for the vast majority of the second half of that game, that's the part that concerns me going forward in the series. So what do you think played a role in the drastic change there in the second half of that hockey game Saturday night?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. I talked to a couple of the guys yesterday about that, and I don't know that there was a clear-cut answer, so I think you're right. It is a little bit of both. I do think what happens, and we've seen this, and we saw this from the St. Louis Blues, Tim, during that 12-game win streak, is once a team kind of gets that puck going downhill, once you get on a roll, there's a cycle that happens, and where the Blues ended up getting caught is really one main thing for me. And we mentioned this early on in the broadcast. If you're going to end up in trouble with the Winnipeg Jets, it's going to be when you try to clear the zone and you don't get the puck out, because then they're able to start this cycle going. And that's really what happened in the third period. 2 or 3 clearing attempts, and I believe one even ended up leading towards the goal. The Blues clearly won the faceoff. And it was actually Winnipeg's power play goal. The Blues clearly won the faceoff, and the Blues did not get the puck out of the zone. They wheeled it around to the near point, and it was kept in. To me, that's the biggest difference. So the Blues were dumping the puck in. They were getting it below the goal line, but they were then having to use that opportunity to make line changes, right? I think sometimes Hellebuck was able to stop the puck too many times, and that kills your cycle. And the one phrase that was used a couple of times, I think both in some of the post-game comments from the players after Game 1, and that you heard, yesterday was stall the play in the offensive zone. So I think the Blues want to make sure that they hold on to it a little bit more and have better support. But in the end, I'm encouraged by the fact that I think the Blues are the better team for the first half of the game. I'm encouraged by and will be intrigued by what potential changes, if we see any today, even just from line combinations as adjustments gets made. But that, to me, is the exciting part of this playoff series, is to see how the Blues adjust to really what was a very dominating third period by Winnipeg.
The Blues did throw their weight around a little bit, a lot of hits, and it got chippy there at the end with some near fights. You think that might be part of the Blues' game plan, is to try to be very physical with Winnipeg?
Well, I think that's everybody's game plan there. I think Winnipeg was extremely physical as well. We saw Lowry kind of blow up Ryan Suter a little bit. And I'll tell you what, I've talked to our own off-ice officials in St. Louis, guys, about this over the years. Like, how you truly define or interpret a hit in the National Hockey League is fascinating. I mean, they had the Blues charted with over 42 hits through 2 periods.
Yeah, 30 hits in the first period. And 7 for Braden Shen, but then just 2 the rest of the way. And you're like, I'm not sure how that works, right? So, I mean, you knew that Zdeno, when Zdeno Chara in those early years with Boston, they're giving him 400 hits every time. That pretty much means he sneezed at somebody that gave him a hit. So I know there's a definition, but how that definition is implemented and interpreted, I think, from one building to the next is definitely unique. Having said that, I'll give you an example. There was a game not that long ago, a few games ago, where, I mean, at one point in time, I'm looking and I watched that WTF line. Each guy in sequence hit a guy. Yeah. And then I looked at the stat sheet and there was 1 hit. I'm like, okay, I don't get it. But back to the main part of the question is, physicality is going to be a part of it. Now, it's got to be smart physicality. You can't go to run and hit a guy, not get the puck or not slow down the puck, and put yourself in a poor defensive position that could give them some odd man rushes. And I think the Blues did that for the most part the other day. This is a Winnipeg team that for ages, really ever since they got up here, there's been one style of play, no matter who they've had in the lineup. And that style of play is funnel the puck to the net and create chaos. The 2 teams in the NHL that seem to do this, in my opinion, better than anybody else are the Winnipeg Jets and the Colorado Avalanche over the last number of years. They throw it to the middle from anywhere. Pucks go off of skates, broken plays, find somebody at the back door, and you've just got to defend really well. And, the one time the Blues got in trouble with that in Game 1, they ended up with, 2 guys chasing after 1 player, and that's the chaos that's created. Those are the little things they'll try to clean up and be smart kind of in their own defensive end with both the physicality and the defensive positioning.
I said this earlier. I thought the line from Oscar Sundqvist was great about avoiding penalties, saying you just laugh at them when they're trying to goad you. And we saw Neighbors and Bolduc both fall victim to that. How do you get a young guy to understand you just can't do? They were just dumb penalties. And do you think Monty even just says that was dumb, don't do it again?
Listen, that's the interesting thing about the playoffs, Martin, is because those plays, okay, first off, I didn't I guess by the letter of the law, you had to call them, right? Listen, that's how those guys played throughout the regular season, right? Right at that line and right at that edge. Okay, the difference is every single, that happens in the middle of the regular season. You take out, that's not a good penalty. You got to work on it. In the playoffs, it's magnified, right? And guys, I just believe this. The only way you learn that is you go through it. And when I listened to Jake Neighbors yesterday on the off day, I'm sitting there just absolutely impressed by this young man. It just doesn't seem like any moment's too big. His answers were he doesn't sound like a third-year NHL player that's just played in his first playoff game. He sounds like a 10-year vet when he's answering these questions. Those are penalties, correct, you can't take. You know how you figure that out? It's the old 4-H saying, you learn by doing. And they'll know it and they'll learn it. And there's veterans that'll take crazy dumb penalties too. But you had to go through it. Now, in the end, yeah, a coach will look and say, dude, that's a dumb penalty, don't take it, or, what are you doing, that kind of thing. That's the biggest difference. It's one of the biggest differences. And I don't know if you guys watched the Toronto-Ottawa game yesterday, but take what we saw from Neighbors and Bolduc on those penalties and just shoot it up with about 30 cc's of steroids right there. Because, Ottawa did it throughout the entire game. They were so ramped up that they just took crazy penalties, and you could see the calm and experience of Toronto. So, yeah, that's all part of this learning curve here with some younger players in the lineup and against a team that doesn't have as many younger players and a little more maybe broader playoff experience. But in the end, I don't know that had yeah, they scored the one power play goal, but you knew that's a good power play team. In the end, I don't know that was a major, major factor in the game. I think it's a learning curve for those younger guys. I think the Blues have to kill plays better in the defensive zone, and you've got to get in on the forecheck. But, yeah, it's all part of it, but I don't know that it was a major factor.
Do you think they were, and this goes back to what Tim was bringing up there in that third period, do you think they were comfortable with the lead? Was that strategic to say, hey, listen, we're in a good spot here, and where we weren't trying? You're always trying to get shots on goal, but it's an alarming low number. What do you think the philosophy was?
Yeah, it's not strategic, Martin, but it does happen in a game where, I felt like that third period, the Blues played like a team trying not to make a mistake because they thought we had to protect the lead rather than – and what happens when you do that is you might say, okay, I just have to get the puck out no matter what, so you'll clear it, but the other team will get it, versus maybe you make a play that leads to, breaking through the neutral zone and getting the puck in deep and you get in on the forecheck. Strategic? No. Hockey flow, and sometimes when it starts to go and then the other team gets momentum, you're like, okay, I just got to make the smart, simple play, get the puck out. And unfortunately, I think that fed more of the forecheck of Winnipeg. A couple times you don't get it out. When you do get it out, the other team's collecting it just inside their blue line, and they're coming right back at you. And you feel like that snowball's always in there. So it's just... Yeah, it's one of those things that I've never really gotten a great answer on over the years, is just how a team eventually ends up in that mode. But it is. And then you need that conscience line, that veteran group or something to just kind of pull you out of it and create that momentum change. And like you guys mentioned earlier, I look back at these, you look at that breakaway by Jordan Kyrou. That goes in, it's 4-2. Yeah. Before the Bolduc penalty, if you get a power play goal in the first minute, it's 4-2. Game-changing moments like that. And, look, you got 3 on Hellebuck. You wish you could have pulled out a win there. But I go back, guys, and I look at the last 4 losses, those 3 in a row before the final game of the regular season, and 2 of them now, and then obviously game 1, 2 of them against Winnipeg, in Winnipeg, the number 1 team in the league. And at some point in time, you've either had the lead or you were tied in all 4 of those games, and including the 2 against Winnipeg in the third period. You're right there. To me, it just shows – I think what it shows to me, guys, is just still that the fine difference between the top teams in the league and where their poise and skill level is versus, kind of the up-and-coming team that's pretty good, but maybe not quite at the same level in the Blues.
Looked like it was quite an atmosphere there, with inside the building and out, where they apparently had a couple thousand fans on the street watching that game. And I see their home record this year was 37-4. So that's got to be a tough place for anybody to win a game.
Yeah, they had a hard time for a couple of years up here, Doug, selling tickets. It was like even a year or so ago, Gary Bettman had a press conference here, talking about it. So it's neat to see. They do that whiteout. Yeah, they've got these streets kind of around the building that they could shut down. Like if we were to shut down 14th Street, right between Clark and Market, and they pack it in there, and they do the watch parties on the outside. There's this one car up here, and I saw it at a intersection when I was walking to the arena before Game 1. This thing's got this loud screeching horn, and it plays a siren, and they've decked it out with flags and all this stuff. That thing was driving around the hotel all day Saturday morning. Like, you heard nothing but a siren and this horn for freaking hours, right? It was unreal. And I'm like, oh, my gosh. And then it turns out it was one car making all the noise. So they try to break it up here. They're fired up here. The atmosphere is good. The building is tiny. You know, a sellout's only like 15,000, 222, something like that. And we are at rafter level in the press box, guys. And it's one of the closest views to the ice that we have in the National Hockey League. So, like, it's a tiny building. It's a great atmosphere when it's packed and it's loud. And it was definitely lively in that game. And, you know, you really felt for a part of that stretch in the second period. The Blues did a great job of taking the crowd out of it.
Yes.
And then they came to life, you know, when they tied it in the third. They really did take the crowd out of it.
Curbs, you're right on target. I was watching that game, and I made the observation it is silent in Winnipeg. It really, really was something to behold, because, you know, they had been anticipating that for months, considering the start to the season. The playoffs were a foregone conclusion, and the way things have gone for them in the postseason, that date was circled, and the Blues took them out of that game. Jim Montgomery made the comment, I know you touched on it a little bit, but I want to focus on it here, following the game, and he talked yesterday as well about that he feels confident that he's going to see growth from game 1 to game 2 because of the youth in the Blues lineup and the fact that some of the guys who didn't have their best games on Saturday night are these younger players. But there is this balance in the Blues lineup with 5 guys who've won a cup and some veteran presence. So that's one of the elements, both strategically to counter what Winnipeg does tonight, but then also what we see from neighbors, Bolduc, Snuggerud, how the Blues approach that and how those guys play in game 2. So I want to get your perspective on what we saw from the youth and what we can hope to see in game 2.
Well, yeah, I think he's right. You know, so I have to do my coach's interview with him here. The team's going to take the ice at 10:30, so I'll head over to the rink in just a little bit. And I'm trying to think, okay, what angle what are questions I want to ask him? And the one question I'm actually going to stay away from is the learning curve of the youthful players. And because I was thinking about this yesterday, you know, when the Blues won the Stanley Cup, they didn't have one player on their team that had won a Stanley Cup. So, yeah, experience matters. Now, they'll tell you, some of those players will tell you that run to the conference finals in 2016 was a massive help in getting them through that Stanley Cup run. You look, no matter what field we're in, whether it's the broadcasting field that all of us are in or the hockey, whatever it is, you can't avoid the fact that experience does help you. That said, I think he's right. You're going to see guys like Jake Neighbors and Zach Bolduc and, you know, play, I think, better games, a little more calm. These are smart guys. These are really good young players, you know. But the reality of it is, too, guys, and he's right, you've got the 5 Stanley Cup champions. You know, you've got a defensive core where every single one of those defensemen in the game yesterday has been to at least one conference final. And most of them have been to 2 or more. You know, you've got 3 of them that have played in a Stanley Cup final. You've got Parayko and Leddy that have won Stanley Cups. You've got Jordan Bennington that's won a Stanley Cup. You've got Sundqvist. You've got Shen. You know, you've got guys that have gone on runs. You've got guys that have played in playoff series. Buchnevich for the New York Rangers. You know, it exists and it's there. Matthew Joseph was a part of the 2 Stanley Cup runs in Tampa Bay, right? I mean, Reddick Fox, a back-to-back conference finals with the Dallas Stars the last couple of years. He's been a part of a winning organization every year he's been in the league, it seems. They've got the experience to keep things calm here. It's just one of those scenarios where the third period got away from you because, you know, the Winnipeg Jets grabbed some momentum and the Blues couldn't get it back. I don't think a whole lot of tweaking has to be done for the Blues to pull out and win this. Now, look, I do think more than anything, I think that loss of Dylan Holloway, guys, is just huge. He was the most consistent forward all season long, and the Blues, I think, have not fully figured out that adjustment without him in there. That speed, the forecheck, what he brought. I think Jimmy Snuggerud has been fine, but Jimmy Snuggerud right now is not Dylan Holloway. to me, I think that's a big thing they're still trying to figure out because they figured out a real good style of play with him in there, and now they've got to make those adjustments to make it work. And this guy's, I'm telling you, I think the adjustment side of things is where Jim Montgomery's at his best. His strategizing is fantastic. If there's any one thing I'm looking forward to the most today, it's to see what type of discussions and changes the Blues make based on that. And I don't know that they can make a whole lot. Like, I could be very wrong here, but I mean, I look at who's sitting on the outside of this lineup going in, and I don't necessarily think that you make any lineup changes. You might tweak a line here. You might decide to put Kyrou with Buchnevich and Thomas, and put Neighbors with Shen again. You can do that. I just don't know if there's I don't know if this is, you lost one, so one guy's out and the other guy's in. I don't see that happening on the defensive group. I don't see that happening on the forward group. And so I'm fascinated to see what little changes do happen.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by that as well. It's not just the outcome of the game, but how the Blues respond strategically, and then also how we see them play what I would imagine would be a more disciplined style coming up here this evening. 6:30 is the time when this thing will get underway. Chris Kerber and Joey Vitale will have the call right here on 101 ESPN, hour-long pregame show leading into the festivities, plus postgame here on 101 ESPN. And then you can also always catch the Curbside podcast following a Blues game, which is becoming a tradition for many St. Louis area hockey fans. Curbs, appreciate the time and perspective, and we look forward to Game 2 tonight with you and Joey from Winnipeg. Always appreciate it, man. Thanks so much.
All right, guys, have an awesome week. Have a great start to the week. Cheers, everybody.
Thank you. That's Chris Kerber with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. It is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
AutoLoanPro.com, the website to go to for your next car. No matter what your situation, what you're dealing with, they're going to work hard with little or no money down to get you into a new car with the best rates available. AutoLoan Pro works with over 50 different lenders. Anyone can sell you a car, but AutoLoan Pro is the pro. That means they're the ones who can do it the right way. In addition to that, on the website is a free playbook. It's going to help educate you and help get the next car, all those cars you have in mind. How do you get those? Well, it's all about your credit score. And how does that work? They're going to educate you with this playbook, which is free. Download the playbook. It's right there on the website, AutoLoanPro.com. Scroll on down. You'll see Robert Thomas also endorsing AutoLoan Pro, and then download that playbook. AutoLoan Pro, again, working with over 50 different lenders to make sure you get the best deal possible. Financing a car, there's only one thing to know. Choose the AutoLoan Pro. AutoLoan Pro is part of the Lita family.
skate boys. Oh yeah, the Blues are marching in. Get to them playoffs, boys, just win. We don't care about the first round pick. If you keep these boys together, they gonna be sick. Colton, Cairo, and the old vet Fowler, neighbors Booch. Come on now, holler. We've been hit hard, but those wounds have calloused. Come mid-June, we could be hoisting that chalice. Oh, we gonna be on there twice. Let's go Blues, go for the gold. For that cup I'd sell my soul. Nothing better than playoff time. In the NHL, you got to be primed. Come on, boys. Keep your head on a swivel. Heading for the top, not the middle. People might think I'm crazy, but if we just get hot, we can win this, baby.
What's this going to sound like at Enterprise Center at about midnight on Thursday?
It sounded pretty good on the Lawrence Welk show 60 years ago. It still sounds good today.
It's TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, where there's been a wonderful discussion on their lack of happiness with WrestleMania this weekend. Two-night affair.
No.
How did you balance watching the Blues and the Battlehawks and the Cardinals and the Doggies with WrestleMania?
I had forgotten it was on, actually.
I saw people moaning about that on Twitter. I was like, what do we do? It's
Moaning.
one thing to watch it, then to complain about the product? What do you mean? Maybe I didn't watch, so I should.
It was a rough ending last night.
Why?
Spoiler alert!
Yeah,
We're all going to watch it later.
Go ahead and spoil it.
You want me to spoil it?
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, John Cena was going for his record-setting World Heavyweight Championship
gosh.
win. And you know who made it happen, Doug?
No idea.
Travis Scott.
Really?
He made it happen.
Yeah.
Was it in Houston?
What's that?
Was it in Houston?
It was in Vegas.
Oh.
But yeah, Travis Scott came down.
Have a foreign object in his trunks?
I think he brought brass knuckles, maybe.
Brass knucks. Oh, no.
Travis Scott's like 130 pounds.
That's
no
why he
one
needed,
saw
whose
him.
ass
he
did he
needed the
kick?
brass knucks.
Oh, okay.
The referees didn't see him, of course.
No, he got taken out and he fell out of the ring and was down for 7-8 minutes, and
I'm out of the ring.
some nefarious things went down. Stone Cold drove an ATV to the ring. He crashed it into the barricade, sent a woman flying just legs akimbo. She's going to have WrestleMania.
Not part of the script?
No, she's going to have free WrestleMania tickets for life, if I'm not mistaken.
That'll balance out any injury. So did John Cena win? Because I saw a friend of the show, Tom Hart, tweeting out Cena is done or something.
Yeah, he won, and he's the new champ.
Wow. How about that, Tim? John Cena.
Well, that gets you going. It'll put people to the test tonight. Do you watch Raw or do you watch the Blues?
It's quite an accomplishment to be the champion when the writers say, hey, you get to win the match. Oh, good, I'm the champion.
The Raw after WrestleMania is always must-see TV. I may have to TiVo the Blues game tonight.
Jackson, what restaurant are you going to go to with your friends this evening?
Good question.
Antonino's, Doug, in the middle of the third period this past Saturday, which has led to a lot of anger from a number of texters.
I watched the game.
But not the whole game. Would you ever leave an NBA game early fourth quarter?
Like if I'm in the building?
No. You're watching.
Yes, I would.
Okay.
In the playoffs.
Sure. I got to eat.
So you'll watch for 2 hours and then say the last 15 minutes,
Well, if it's really tight.
Well, the Blues were up 1 goal. It was tight.
I don't know what to tell you.
Well, it's hard for me to fathom. So would you do it with basketball? If you're watching the Lakers, it's a scintillating game and they're up by 6 points, 10 minutes to go, fourth quarter. Are you leaving?
Unlikely.
Okay, that's...
Is it like...
Please say no further questions.
Your witness.
But I'm not denying. Whatever. I'll watch the game tonight. People can make fun of me because I'll probably go to bed before it ends.
It's a 6:30 start!
Oh!
It's a 6:30 start!
Yeah, well, 6:45 or 6:48. The puck will drop.
It'll be over by 9:30.
So the game is...
I'll fall asleep. Okay,
the game's tied at 8:45. You're going to hit the hay?
No. I was confused a little bit on
okay.
the time it takes.
Math.
Regardless.
Sharon in Clayton says, this song rocks. Absolutely awesome. Who did this one? That's from Sharon in Clayton /Sanibel /Maui /Michigan.
Was it great?
Oh, no, Rogers and Hammertoe classic.
Okay.
And who did the one about you having them change the channel at Obie Clark's that we came back at around 8 o'clock before the Dotem announcement?
Great question, Tim. We find the person who sent that to us. I don't know if the person wants their... Otro Pedro?
Well, good thing is we didn't really give their name.
Otro Pedro.
Okay.
Jackson, it's not called Twitter. That's from Eric in the Central West End.
That doesn't surprise me. You'd be upset about that.
Now, I don't know what that meant right there, outside of the fact that I know you find him attractive, but you're not attracted to him.
He's got to protect his boy. It's all good.
He's got to protect his boy. It's all good.
I don't know what to say. I will be watching the Blues game tonight. I'll be yelling, skate, boy, skate. I'll eat beforehand, so I'm not tempted to leave. To go to
what
a
are you going to
restaurant.
have? Some of those dirty wings from Obie Clark's?
I got some leftovers.
Oh, really? From where?
I was able to snag some Easter leftovers.
From the family get-together.
Yeah. Not the world's biggest ham guy. Not the, but I'll eat it. And
Who is the biggest hams guy in the world?
The world's biggest ham guy?
Yeah.
That's a good question. Who consumes the most pork?
Ham.
Yeah, I don't know. I know I'm going to have a little.
Doug, is ham
tonight.
allowed on your diet?
Sure.
It's probably awful salty.
It is.
It is kind of salty. I
Yeah,
don't like
I
a lot
am
of salt
sodium.
on there.
Easter was lit at St. Louis Country Club yesterday. So much Lily Pulitzer and mimosas. The only issue is that it gets a little overpopulated on those days with extended family. Ugh. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, Doug. She doesn't like when extended family is allowed on the grounds.
Are people still wearing a lot of Lily Pulitzer?
Doug, that was for you.
That was big in like a decade ago. Kind of looks like the wallpaper of a southern home.
Wow. Call in, ladies.
Central Corridor taking a hit.
I just am curious.
I think it's still popular.
All right. It's tough.
Okay.
So extended family is not necessarily welcome at the country club?
I guess on holidays it sounds like it is, but the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom does not like when she sees extended family on the grounds of St. Louis.
The text line is undefeated. There was a picture of Nelly, and he had a Winnipeg Jets shirt on. I guess he performed Friday night.
In Winnipeg.
What
is that about, Doug?
A guy who's known for always wearing Cardinals gear, Blues gear, sported some Jets gear the night before. Doug, should we hold him accountable?
I think so.
First John Hamm and now Nelly.
Wow.
At 2, Brute.
I could see him not wanting to wear a Blues jersey to get the fans against him up there, but maybe just no jersey.
Oh, they take hockey real serious up there in Canada. Maybe it was
Cut that off. There's some analysis.
maybe it was a safety measure.
You know, jumped in there with the Kerber interview with that. I'll probably stop for a blizzard at the DQ right there on the way home from the Dotem. Also, out of all the guys who went to Antonino's Saturday night during the Blues game, how many had been castrated? Doug, that's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood. Jackson, have any of your friends been castrated?
Are they geldings?
Not physically. The chemical castration sometimes is a long process, so I can't speak. I can't speak to that. As far as I know, everyone there was. What's the opposite of impotent? Potent.
Potent.
Everyone there was potent.
But you said not physically. Was that a shot at some of their dating situations that they have been figuratively castrated?
Well, chemically, there's physical.
Okay, but you said like as if there was the figurative possibility.
Well, I'm not going to rule out anything in the future. Who am I, Nostradamus?
Nice. Think about that.
Is it
Who
Nostra or Nostradamus?
Doug, do you say Nostradamus or do you say Nostra?
I've always kind of said Nostradamus.
Oh, okay.
I saw his house when I was over there. There's a big plaque where he grew up.
Was that off Tesson Ferry?
No, Nostradamus.
Crabway?
It's in Italy.
I will end you, movie boy. That's from Mr. Licks. I don't know what that's about.
What did I do wrong? I sat there, I watched the damn game, I was fired up for the Blue Note, come in here, and I just get worked over.
Hey! Nelly took his shirt off to reveal Blues shirt and cap. Then he said he's supporting the Blues, and then he got booed. Maybe do some show prep for the entire story. That's Sharon, and she's in Clayton. And
Stop giving us the business, Cher.
Take your shirt off.
Probably Holloway told him.
Somebody else said it's 3 days old. I shut her down for the weekend. I missed the Nelly shirt reveal.
There is a Nelly video where he addresses this issue. That's from the Crystal City Clam.
Okay.
Do we have that sound?
I don't have it. I'd forgotten that he was performing there. I didn't really think about it much.
Got to do show prep.
Show prep.
Dr. Brandon Pryor has the closest to the whole competition at the freshly announced 2025 Dotem. It's back. And you can register your team this Friday at 8 a.m. That is coming your way here on 101ESPN.com is where you can get all the details to register your team for the return of the Dotem Golf Tournament. That is exactly right. May 29th and May 30th at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort, and that's in Peevely, Missouri. It's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. We are partnering with the St. Louis Hero Network in honor of Brian McKenna, a charity that he worked with for a number of years. It includes all of your Michelob Ultra beer, breakfast from Donut Drive-In, lunch from Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, and an after party with food from Texas Roadhouse. That'll be on Thursday, and Super Smokers on Friday. Justin Thomas won in Hilton Head yesterday, and I don't know how much fried chicken he had at the turn, but it seemed like he enjoyed
quite a bit.
A whole bird. So some of the best players in the world.
You can do the whole fryer at the turn.
So that's what the great ball strikers do. Really helped us putting. And so that's what you can do as well. At the Dotem, it's presented to you by Michelob Ultra. Get your foursome together now and then sign up on Friday. It is the Dotem making its glorious return here in 2025.
And you know what would be fun for people? I see they have a campground and RV resort right there.
There is.
Some of the heavies could get together and rent a trailer and just stay there for 2 or 3 days and wash up in Teamster Lake.
Coma.
To play both days. It'd be like Coachella.
Exactly
Right.
Yeah. Exactly right.
Very similar.
Dr. Brandon Pryor has that 100 West Dental closest to the whole competition going on at the Dotem. If you don't have dental insurance, it's not a problem. The membership plan at 100 West Dental aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. They have a huge offer going on right now at 100 West Dental that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign. And if you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with the procedure. Go to 100westdental.com or call 636-585-0100. It's 100westdental.com. And Dr. Brandon Pryor is right there on Manchester and Baldwin, and he's got the closest to the whole competition coming up on Thursday, May 29th, and Friday, May 30th at the 2025 Dotem. Sign up this Friday at 8 a.m. when foursomes go on sale. Brian's on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, Doug, and he has what Chairman Kurt terms a fun little hockey anecdote. You like a fun little...
I do.
You could use one.
Yeah.
Brian, good morning. You're on with Doug Vaughn.
Hello, Bri.
Hey. How you guys doing?
Good.
Yeah, so my next door neighbor is a guy named Wes Swinson.
Wes Swinson. Okay.
It's made up.
Swedish gentleman.
It's not made up, Marty.
That sounded condescending is all get out.
Whoa. No, it's not condescending. But no, so I was out walking my dogs one day when I first moved in here, and I had a Blues shirt on, and I'm a Hoosier, so it's an old school Blues jersey that with number 16 Brett Hall on the back.
Nice.
And he came up to me and started talking to me, and he said he knew Cam Jansen and said that Cam Jansen really knew how to eat some punches.
Huh. He knew how to throw them, too.
Yeah, no, he did. Yeah, he did. But anyway, this guy's my next door neighbor, and I just thought that was a nice little thing. I guess I can hang up and drink some bleach, huh?
That's the
it's probably
story.
already happening. What was the neighbor's name?
It might be
Wes
neighbor's
Svensson.
best case scenario based on what I'm seeing so far.
Wes?
That's good.
So the story was that your neighbor said that Cam Jansen can eat punches?
Well, yeah, he saw my Blues jersey. Again, I'm a Hoosier, Southside, born and raised.
Yeah.
God bless.
And he said, yeah, no, I played with Cam Jansen. Because he didn't make it to the NHL, but he was a semi-pro guy. You can look him up. He's on hockeydb.com.
Okay.
But yeah, and he came up to me and approached me. And he said, "Yeah, I play with Cam Jansen. That guy can eat some punches." That's what he said to me.
Well, that's a nice little story. Then.
Okay, so Tim, we got guys eating punches, and then other people being offered bleach.
I like the meow. I like the tiger. There's some good drops there.
Do you take pot?
Thanks for the story. That was nice.
Don't you like an anecdote?
Yeah, I don't mind one.
Do you like, Tim, we have an update as well. I did see that Benjamin Hockman had tweeted about Nelly and the Jet stuff, and then there was an updated post because Nelly posted on Instagram all this fake news running around here, and the sad part about it is when your own people participate in it.
Oh, no.
Shaking my head. I'm sorry you suckers let Winnipeg play y'all and get y'all riled up. I thought y'all would have been better by now. And as for the STL Louis Blues, like their Twitter handle, you should be ashamed of yourself for even posting that. Did the Blues post it?
Wow.
So I've asked Chairman Kurt to find, there's audio of Nelly addressing the crowd with his Blues gear. So that will be
we got audio
added
coming
to the
our way.
fluid
The Mark
dossier.
Evergreen Well Strategies 9 o'clock hour. What was the point of this call? That's from the Southside Seaman.
Nice story.
Season ticket holder. Hang up on this guy, Tim. He sucks. That's cousin Arnie from D.C. I'd like to see this guy eat punches. That's from Los Lonely Strode. And then finally, keep my name out your damn mouth and then fill it with bleach. That's from Wes Swinson.
Wes Swinson is
He's
written
already texting in.
Can I give you my starting lineup?
No.
Wes did not like his name being brought up.
Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth, Dan Alaska.
Sergeant Major Rose is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines here on 101 ESPN. Yes, Sergeant Major. Good morning.
Good morning, fellas. I remember, Tim, you had talked about maybe trying to get Lisa Ann to come back to the Dotem.
Yeah,
And
we were. Yes, just real quickly, Sergeant Major Rose. I was texting with her a couple weekends ago. She was definitely really in a good headspace, thinking about the show and all that. And I asked the guys on the show. I said, should I have asked her about coming back to the Dotem at that point? But it would have felt like it just wouldn't have felt right to ask because she was texting about something kind of separate. And then if I would have gone, hey, while I got you, do you mind flying into St. Louis for a few nights? And I felt like it would have been bad form. So anyway, that's the backstory. Well, go ahead with your query, sir.
Right. I remember, and I was wondering, since you guys are adding Brian McKenna's charity, the Hero Network,
yes.
Which I'm a proud supporter and member of, I would try and put something together to maybe entice Miss Lisa Ann to come in for the Dotem and see if we could do something that would, make it beneficial for her to come in and not out of pocket. And I don't know how all that works, so I would like to shoot you an email later and let you kind of run with that, or Chairman Kurt, whoever. But I think anything we could do to get folks in and raise some money for Brian and what was his passion project, I would definitely be on board with and would help make that happen.
All right, sir. Well, I appreciate that. Go ahead. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com, and we'll talk about it. I appreciate it, Sergeant Major Rose.
Yes, sir. Y'all have a great day.
You too. Doug, that's Sergeant Major Rose on the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
Nice. He wants to get something done.
Yeah, that's how you get it done.
Mm-hmm.
You want something done, you email me.
Okay, and you want to give out that it's Negril111? Is that what it is?
No. TMCK.
Oh, Tim at
TMNAN at InsideSTL.com.
Okay.
That's where you
Doug Wesley
Hotmail screams douchebag.
Context. Wesley Swenson did, in fact, play hockey at Florida Gulf Coast.
Jackson's alma mater.
Huh. They have I don't know if they have a hockey team.
You didn't even know St. Louis had one until you started here.
They had the Everblades, which played, but I think that was pro.
Well, maybe he played there.
Well, the school's only been around since 1997.
Yeah.
So
probably a club team, maybe?
Maybe a club team. Good. Wings up, though.
Heck of a player, though, Svensson.
Wings up. Dunk City, baby.
You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air heating and cooling email today. Martin, you know something about Design Air. You know Seth Goldcamp, don't you?
Yeah, not only the longest running TMA sponsor, but has been one of the longest successful St. Louis businesses. Going back to 1904, that's when Design Air began taking care of all your heating, cooling needs. The business has changed over the years, but one thing that has remained the same, and that is their commitment to their technicians. Being the best in the business and not being sales folks. They're not there to sell you something you don't need. So when the furnace acts up in the winter and then the air conditioner this time of year, a lot of flip-flopping right now between hot and cold. Best thing to do, get the tune-up. Do it before the summer season kicks in. You can do it by going online, designairservice.com. That is the website where you can contact Seth and his team, fourth-generation St. Louis business. And all the folks that listen know when it's time to fix that AC all summer long. Call or text or email, whatever. Just go online. Design Air Service. I mean, you could email, hey, Seth at myacain'tworkingright.com. You can try that. But I recommend just go to designairservice.com for all your HVAC needs year-round.
A lot of Blues Stanley Cup playoff conversation here in the first 2 hours of TMA. Chris Kerber with us early. You can always go back and podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. We haven't talked Cardinals, Doug. Great weekend in Queens.
Well, they lost all four, but now they're 4 games back, 4 games under 500. Not that great a weekend.
Not in last place.
No.
By a game. We'll talk about the weekend that was for the Cardinals coming up. Brad Thompson is going to join us here on TMA. This is 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. It's an historic company in St. Louis, founded in downtown St. Louis. In 1890, same street the company is headquartered on today. Different building, same street. They're proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. They also partner with the St. Louis Cardinals and the Blues, and now the Stifel Charity Classic, and they sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and its future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. A rough weekend for the Cardinals as they lose all 4 games in Queens at the hands of the New York Mets. But the Cardinals are back in action today, taking on the Atlanta Braves. 6:15 first pitch. Eric Fetty on the mound for the Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Bleed blue and gold. It's what we do.
Like, is this kind of the Maroon 5 version?
But I like it a lot. I like it plenty. But Adam Levine is on The Voice right now. I doubt he had time to record this.
Let's say you were at Helen Fitzgerald's on a Friday happy hour, and Adam Levine came up to you and said, offered to buy you a libation. What would you say?
Sure, thank you very much.
Yeah, that's what I would say, too, if you know what I mean.
What do you mean by that?
That's what I would say yes, if you know what I mean.
The handsome devil, Tim, is that what you're alluding
No,
to?
I wanted to know where Doug was.
Okay.
That's,
Just if a major celebrity says, can I buy you a drink? I'd say sure.
All right. That's all I was doing was checking,
Okay.
James. James Carlton is in studio here on TMA. Mark Hanover Green Wealth Strategies. Thank you, see? Mark Hanover Green Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour. James Carlton is my insurance agent and has been for 6+ years. Make the switch. James' team will do this paperwork for you. CarltonInsurance.net. And during business hours, your business hours 9 to 5, 8 to 5.
8:30 to 5.
Look at that. Somebody at the office in Webster Groves is going to pick up the phone. You don't have to worry about being at some call center. 314-961-4800. James, what's doing?
Well, we were talking about Joel Damon off the air.
Joel Damon.
No, the name sounds familiar, like someone I should know. Golfer?
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay.
He was on Full Swing, the Netflix series, which I'm sure a good portion of the audience has watched, and became kind of a lovable figure from that series on Netflix. Yes, sir. What is your...
Well, obviously he acknowledged the mental collapse he had bogeying the last 3 holes. To the Frank Thomas quote, he didn't really do much wrong other than give away the tournament.
That's correct. So for those not familiar with the backstory, when they have a signature event on the PGA Tour, which this past weekend in Hilton Head, the RBC Heritage was, they have an opposite field event for the players who didn't qualify for that. And Joel Damon was leading by 2 strokes, Doug, with 3 holes left at a course that is not particularly difficult. And he went bogey, bogey, bogey to lose by 1. And the bogey on 17 included a putt that I would say was about that far from the hole.
Oh, and that was about a foot.
Yes.
Okay.
It was
for the people listening at home.
It's on the Twitter tweets, and it is. It's alarming. So,
but he acknowledges it in his post-round interview, and I'm thinking outside of a golfer who they're on an island, obviously it's probably the heaviest mental weighted sport, if that's a term. Would a goaltender in hockey be the second most? You think?
I like the question.
And the reason I was kind of thinking about this is. Obviously the narrative of, Benner's won the big games, the 4 nations, obviously Game 7, the Stanley Cup Finals, and Connor Hellebuck hasn't gotten over that hump. And the Blues, they beat him up top, all 3 goals practically, right? And the goals that Benner gave up were kind of those hockey bounce type goals, like just goofy goals. So I still think that narrative's kind of there that, if the Blues can slop it up a little bit, maybe get some ugly goals, and Winnipeg doesn't get those hockey bounces this time around, maybe tonight could be a little bit different.
Yeah.
But I still think that's their advantage, is the goaltender. Because there's not many. I think we guys went through it with Joey Vitale last week. There are not many advantages on paper, although Martin has about 17 tabs up. He could probably find one.
Hey, what do you got going on over there, Martin?
Well, one of them was the game notes. I like to have things handy at the just like Carlton and the State Farm Insurance.
That's right.
Just have all the answers right in front of you. I like that, though. We got to kind of, what'd you say, slop it up a little bit?
Slop it up.
Yeah.
Slop it up.
Goals in the
There's
greasy
Monty.
area.
Slop it up a little bit. I'd like to see a defenseman get a goal tonight. I just feel like...
I think this is Justin Falk's time.
But he's about to become a whipping boy. People are kind of on him for some of his defensive lapses.
You know who I saw taking heat, and I hadn't seen it in a couple years?
55?
That's exactly right.
Oh, yeah. He was minus 2.
He was right there for both those goals in the third before the empty net.
There's the box score. Look at that, James, right there. We're ready.
It is.
You want game
There it
notes,
is.
box scores? You want to know if Charles Nelson Riley's still dead and alive or dead? We got it all right here.
And in fairness, the opposite of the whipping boy would be Cam Fowler, who everybody praises as one of Armstrong's best moves, who has had a great season. Is probably the most likely to score on the rear guard side, but he did not have a great game either. I think he was minus 3.
Yeah. This is a tribute text to you, James. I'm glad game recognizes game. We do have the toughest position in the game. That's from Daddy Padre.
Daddy Padre.
Is it any harder than a pitcher?
Yeah, they're kind of on an island too, literally and figuratively. Yeah.
Doug, shouldn't Daddy Padre be getting ready to get on the ice for the morning skate?
There's no need for that because he's not on the team. He's never been on the team and never will be on the team.
They won a cup, though.
He didn't win a cup.
Oh.
If you can win a cup sitting in the section 343 of the upper deck, I guess you could.
That did happen one time, not with us, but in one city. Didn't the reserve goaltender have to come down from the rafters
in
and play
Chicago? I think.
I think that's what it was.
Guys, I'll take the Avs Blackwood over any other goalie. Thanks. That's from the 407. Doug, would you like to rank the 16 netminders?
I don't think I would like to do that at the moment.
I got to tell you, I might be missing something, but Dallas and Colorado strikes me as kind of an obvious take Colorado situation. I know that sounds results oriented. That's where the Spread Zone podcast comes into play. I was on Colorado. And Mackenzie Blackwood essentially pitched a shutout, the one goal the Stars had. I don't know how many people were watching this. I'm looking at Jackson, and I don't know why. I might as well stare into the sun.
They were mid-dessert at that point.
That's right. You're right, Martin. It was right after the Blues and Jets game. His stick got caught in the net, so the one time that the Stars scored, he was net-minding Sans' stick, Doug. And he did his best. It was a deflection.
Okay.
So I guess that's why the 407's high on Mackenzie Blackwood.
Yeah, they were favorite, like minus 160 maybe Colorado was. Game 1 on the road.
Well, I mean, Dallas is in a death spiral, and you have the Robertson injury in the last regular season game. So, that strikes me as one where you could go, okay, the road team is likely to advance. And Doug, that'll set up another rematch for the Blues with the Avalanche. Even though Kadri's sitting out this postseason, you can get vengeance for 2022.
Line them up just to knock them down, Timmy.
Nice. I like that a lot. Parayko definitely looks like he's rusty still, which sucks. That's from Daddy Padre, and I don't know how that's going to play in the room with him saying that.
Would you really be rusty? So sometimes I think we overanalyze the age thing. Like
he didn't play for.
I know, but still, he's been back for 2 weeks. He's been practicing. He's been back. He's got how many years of experience? Can he really be rusty? I don't know.
Well, you're not in the room.
Yeah, that's exactly what you sound like.
And when they talk about young guys taking stupid penalties, how old do you have to be exactly before you realize taking a stupid penalty hurts your team? What 10 or 11?
I don't know. Like Tim, when he was getting comments on the Inside STL comment section back in the day, probably would snipe back. And these days, he's got the composure not to do so.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I don't know.
That's a great
analogy. It's a great analogy.
You have to be. At age, if you're 23 doing this stuff, it's not like you're 5 doing this stuff. At that age, or even age 20, these are grown men now.
I get it.
You got to know not to take a stupid penalty, no matter how old you are.
I thought the neighbors one was pretty soft. Bolduc probably deserved it, but the guy took a dive. I tell you, I got this thing where my son, who's 5,
he taking stupid penalties.
It kind of segues into that. He just loves to just root against whatever team I'm rooting for.
Yeah.
And it started
is that right?
It started with Missouri versus Drake, and he's like, "Hey, if Mizzou loses, I get to punch you in the face."
Oh,
and I'm like, oh, bring it. Mizzou's not losing this game. Well, sure enough, they did, and he took one to me. He's not giving it his all, right?
You're eating punches.
Yes, and then he did that again on Saturday night. I don't get to watch a lot of games with him because of his bedtime, but hey, 5:30 puck drop, 5:16.
I wouldn't watch whether he was going to hit you.
I know. He's a tough guy to watch it with. Just wants to grind my gears the whole game, rooting for whatever team my team's playing against.
Hey, Doug, on the Iafallo goal, 55 was on the other side of the crease, Garden Air. That's in the 309.
He was kind of in Bennington's way a little bit,
I'm not saying he played a perfect game, but to call it rust, I don't know if it's rust, just a mistake.
I haven't lost any confidence in Bennington. I don't feel like he gave up any softies, do you?
Not really, no.
Doug, when you don't play for 15-plus games, you can't replicate that in practice. This isn't baseball and batting practice. He was a top 5 defensive demon in the game before he got hurt. That's from Daddy Padre. Very active from Manitoba.
Well, if he's still
Great cell
limping
service.
around a little bit, that's one thing. If he's back to 100%, then I wouldn't think he's rusty. He's still going to make a mistake every now and then.
How are we going to bury the lead? James Carlton is raising the next Woody Page. He's just a troll, huh? Is that right?
What am I trolling?
No, your son is.
Oh, my son.
trolling
God.
you.
Oh, man.
Rooting for the opponent and then willing to punch Dad in the face.
Yeah,
One
he
word.
got me.
Counseling.
Looks like Mr. Licks is looking for you to sponsor him, and he's playing golf professionally now.
You know what?
I've played with him.
Is it a net event?
And I think he's about a 20 handicap, so I'm surprised that he's on a tour. But he says, I would love for James to consider sponsoring me this summer as I play the local country club circuit. I'll give him a side sleeve logo placement and can guarantee exposure at one club per month. That's from Mr. Licks.
Not a bad deal. That's a nice pond of fish in there at Old Warson in St. Louis.
I guess you'll get back to him on whether or not you're going to consider.
But it wasn't a no.
Yeah,
No.
sounds like he's considering it. Let's see. Do you guys think Blackwood has the... No, that was Harrison's brother, Master.
Let it
Jackson.
go. Let it go.
That's Jackson's.
Have you guys been to this Antonino's before?
Oh, yeah.
That's where Jackson
I know.
went with
That's what made me think of it. I had a
toasted ravioli is
They're known
considered
for
some of the
that.
best in the
impromptu
business.
babysitter a couple weeks ago, and I popped over there. I bet it was 5:15, and there was a line out the door. Like,
Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, so I don't know if it's like that all the time, but I'd
Well,
love to
you
try
go
it.
during the middle of a Blues game, and that's when you can get
they don't
seated.
get in. That's a good point.
Broberg +1, Falk +1, Fowler -3, as you said, Nicoletti -1, Pareko -2, Suter -1. There are your plus minuses. Blues defenseman. Broberg's going to score tonight.
That's who you're going with, 6?
I think he's going to be part of the winning mix tonight as the Blues get it done.
Is Fowler where he's wearing 17, right?
I believe that.
Yeah, well, Schwartzy had that big game up in Winnipeg. What? 2019.
2019, Game 5.
Yeah,
brother.
maybe the
Classic.
17 tonight.
Guys, that's more evidence that Licks mows green. He plays the other clubs on Mondays. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
And they are sideways.
They've been sideways for years, Martin. James Carlton's with the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Online at carltoninsurance.net. And, of course, you can give him a call, 314-961-4800. He's my insurance agent. I can't recommend James and his team enough. James, always appreciate it, sir. Thanks so much.
All right, gentlemen, let's go Blues.
Blues
Thank
hockey
you,
right
James.
here on 101 ESPN. And we've got news from the great Mike Ryder. You know, Doug, I've been working on this station now for 3.5 years, and I just used the talkback button for the first time.
Well, that's
with
good.
Mike
It was
Ryder.
painful to watch.
It was.
Rust.
Mike's talking in my ear. I'm, of course, holding court in here. You know, I'm drinking scotch during the program and telling stories. And Martin's like, hey, I think Mike's trying to talk to you. And I hear it in my headphones. I said, yes, yes. And I'm responding. He says, you got to press a button. Press a button. No, another button. Press a button. No, another button. Then I press the right one.
Yeah, well,
and you know what he was telling me?
What?
For today's Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, we're giving away Bud Bash tickets for an upcoming Cardinal game.
Big League Bash tickets.
Big League Bash tickets.
Big
Thank
League
you.
Bash.
Big League Bash tickets for an upcoming Cardinal game for the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. So the Big League Bash tickets are the prize for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. So if you haven't competed before, and now you've been listening to the show, we've been on 101 now for 6 months, you're starting to familiarize yourself with it, and you think you can take down the JV golf coach who's leading this month, this is your chance. This is your incentive. It's usually 4 tickets. Jackson, do you know the tickets and the date yet?
Well, it's Adam Wainwright's event, Big League Bash, at the factory in Chesterfield. The music event that we talked about.
So it's not Cardinal tickets.
No. Here comes some copy right now from Mike Ryder in the building.
Here we go. 101 ESPN has your shot to score a pair of tickets to the first ever Big League Bash featuring Adam Wainwright on Sunday, July 27th at the factory. Join Adam Wainwright for an unforgettable evening of music, sports, and giving back to support Big League Impact. Plenty of live music, including a headlining performance from Wayno, plus special appearances by St. Louis Cardinal players, a visit from Fredbird, and more. Find all the ticket details for the Big League Bash now at 101ESPN.com. There's your prize for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Brad Thompson joining us next to talk about the Cardinals weekend that was in New York. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Hey, St. Louis, Tim McKernan here with you to talk a little bit about aesthetic design and build. They've been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. I've gotten to know Dan and his team. They have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley. They walk me through all the different types of custom work they're capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck, adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all. The best thing is they don't take the high-pressure sales route or come back weeks later with those gimmicky discounts. They encourage you to go out and do your research. They're confident that once you complete the work, compare the work that they do with what else is out there, you will see that they are a better choice. Call them at 636-532-5008 or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. That's aestheticdesignandbuild.com. And let them know that I sent you their way. It's Aesthetic Design and Build online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. birds are going to fly.
Well, better take off and get going. That really hadn't happened yet. Can't win anything on the road. 1-9 on the road.
You ever try to win in Pittsburgh?
No, I never really played at the level. But I'm sure it's tough.
Nice. Brad Thompson's with us, and he's going to talk about the Youngry Birds. Morning, Brad.
Good morning, gentlemen. How we doing today?
Wonderful on the program, even though it was a weekend of dastardly failure in the local sports community. But you know what? Doug is feeling good, even though he said he's not going to be much good to us today because Blues lost, the Cardinals got swept, the Battlehawks lost, and
City tied 0-0.
I thought you said it was not.
Yeah.
So we're looking for our spirits to be lifted.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. How are things in Atlanta where the boys will get underway?
Well, I hope that I hope the boys can lift your spirits today. That's the thing. Look, this has not been the road start that this team has been looking for sure. And I think that if you guys, I don't know if you're roller coaster enthusiasts. I love roller coasters. You're going to be on one for 162 games. I feel like with this team, like it's just kind of you've got youth that they're going to learn. It's going to get better and better, but you'll have highs, you'll have lows. And the hope is that at the end of the day, you got more wins than you got losses, and you're competing for something down the stretch. But man, it's been tough for sure. 1-9 on the road. I don't think anybody had that one, especially after the start they had.
Do you think it becomes part of the narrative too? Or be like, hey, you're struggling on the road. Do you think it's a thing for them in the room to kind of know? Is it weighing on them, that fact that they're not winning at all away from home?
I don't think it is yet, but I think it's human nature that it will be at some point if they don't start figuring out ways to do it. Just like I think it was last year with runners in scoring position, where it was like the question you get asked after every single game, oh, you guys 1 for 15 with runners in scoring position. Why can't you do that? And I think that started creeping into at-bats, and guys were trying to like just do too much in spots where a nice, comfortable at-bat would work. So I think it can happen, but the problem is like, when you're losing on the road, it's not like one thing that you can do to fix it. It's not like I can try harder at this point. You just got to figure out ways to just play good, clean baseball. And the maddening part during this little stretch on the road, and they did have a good homestand, but the starting pitching has been really good. Like that was one of the bigger question marks I feel like of this team is that will those guys be able to hold up? And the starters over the last 12 have an ERA just over 2. Like so they've given you a chance every time, just haven't been able to put it all together.
Yeah, the relievers have struggled a bit. Fernandez had a rough inning last night, and also Friday night, too. What did you think about that situation Friday night where it's tied in the 9th, and you got Helsley ready to go or Fernandez facing Lindor, Soto, Alonso, and they brought in Fernandez instead of Helsley because Helsley is the closer and they're not ahead. Does that make sense to you?
It makes 100% sense to me. I'm not using my closer on the road in a tie game. I'm using my closer when he's got a chance to close the game.
Even if it means
that's my opinion.
Even if it means you lose a one-run game and your best pitcher never gets in.
Other guys have to do their jobs too, Doug. Other people have to do their jobs. What if you lock down that inning and then lose it the next inning because you don't have your closer? You know.
At least you gave your team a chance. You got a shot in the top of the 10th to score some runs.
Well, if you only have one guy in your pen you trust, you don't have a chance, and this is a 162 game view. So you got to be able to rely on others in that spot. I get it that we second guess everything. That's the job, but I'm not using my closer on the road without the lead personally. But that's why I don't have a big office either.
Well, but I also think you got to realize Fernandez is not the same as he was last year, and I feel like they're a little slow to come to that realization. I looked it up because it felt like every time he was out there, guys are on base, and it's 6 innings pitched. He's given up 13 hits and 4 walks. That's 17 base runners in 6 innings. At minimum, I think you just flip, and Maton's been pretty good. I think I would flip those two in terms of the higher leverage. I think Maton's earned it, and now Fernandez has earned a little added scrutiny. Isn't it time? Would you agree with that, flipping those two?
I think it's already kind of happened in that spot. We're seeing Maton in the bigger spots in general. Obviously, the tie game, late inning Lindor walk-off wasn't Maton, and I think that will be and already has been. He's your setup guy from the right side. I feel like it's been that way for a little bit. Fernandez, you're right. He's not what we saw last year. The slider's not as tight. He looks to be a little bit mechanical. So I don't know what exactly he can do to work on that, but I know you need some more options, right? So we'll see kind of moving forward. But I totally agree with Maton. The veteran guy, he's been there. I think that you've already seen him kind of slide into that role. But there's nothing perfect about the setup of it. Guys, just that's the volatility of a bullpen, and that's why swing and miss is just so important to have. You just never know what you're going to get day in and day out. And if one guy has a bad day when you're playing close games, you're in some trouble.
Brad Thompson, our guest here on TMA, he joins us every Monday throughout the Cardinal baseball season on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. I want to get your perspective on this tweet and then the quote from Ali Marmol. The tweet is from Katie Wu of The Athletic. And she says, no, a 4-game sweep is certainly not ideal, but for Ali Marmol and his staff, making sure their players are developing takes precedent, and they've had to change their coaching approach to do so. It's not easy, but it's what they believe is best long-term for the player and for the organization. And she has this quote from Ali Marmol, Brad, and he says, Saturday was a perfect example of a youthful game in a lot of different ways. There are youthful moments, and they have to experience that, learn from that. Our job is to make sure that it doesn't look that way in July, but the last thing you can do is get pissed at this group, and then they start playing timid or scared or playing not to lose rather than growing. When I watch Saturday's game, normally I would have the absolute ass. Doug, you like that phrase? I would have the absolute ass.
Wow.
But with this group, you can't do that. That's not what this is about right now. They'll develop a lot faster, and growth will take place a lot quicker if you don't do that. So, to summarize what I believe he's saying, and you're around the club, and you obviously know the program, is that if this were a veteran team with perhaps different aspirations, he may have been losing his mind about it, but he doesn't want to lose his mind because he feels like that could play a role in hurting the growth that he knows his responsibility is to try to shepherd in the 2025 season. That's a weird thing, though, I think, for Cardinal fans used to competing to read and hear from their manager. What are your thoughts, Brad?
No, it is for sure, and I think you laid it out perfectly, and I think that Ollie did as well. We are so used to there's been no talk of transition years in the past, right? And we know full well that they're kind of in the middle of one of these. But I like the way that Ollie laid it out. I got a new puppy a couple of months ago, and this dog, he pees everywhere. I mean, adorable, but pees everywhere. But I can't just yell at him every time he pees, because then he's probably going to pee more, and he doesn't even know what the hell he's doing yet. I feel like that's kind of part of this team. I feel like coaching at the big league level it's more important than it's ever been before. You got younger players across the board, not just talking about with the Cardinals. Like, you got guys that get to the big leagues faster that might not even truly know how to play the game of baseball. You guys know baseball very well, the ins and outs of it, the nuances. Like, a lot of guys, I feel like, get to the big leagues because they have a raw skill set and they hit the crap out of the ball, or they throw 100 and are still learning. I feel like that is the case for a lot of these different guys in the clubhouse right now. They're still just learning the craft of the game. And I know for a fan base that is so used to winning, such a proud franchise, that it's hard to go through like that transition. But at the end of the day, if, like to Ollie's point, if it starts looking better, right? If you're in June and July and you're Sajaci and you get a tapper to third, even though they told you definitely don't go on a ground ball to third, and he goes, and then he still does that, well, then shame on, you're going to put that on you as a coaching staff a little bit more than maybe early on in a season. You're coaching them up. You're learning on the job, but it is a weird transition. So you're going to see highs, and then you'll see some lows like we've seen here on the road.
And yet, still veterans are in key spots despite his early season struggles. Wilson Contreras slid into the cleanup spot yesterday. He did have a multi-hit game, but he is at $169 and had a 4-for-14 weekend with 6 strikeouts. But Dave, every week I've been asking you about him because I feel like that's such a key in a couple of different ways. Number one, he's going to have a prominent spot in the lineup, and number two, he's a veteran occupying a key spot for the Cardinal infield as he transitions from catcher to first base. Have you seen any developments from when a couple weeks ago you're making the observation he's had a tough time picking up breaking balls, Brad?
Yeah, well, I feel like you're seeing less swing and miss from Contreras right now, which is great, but it's not the consistent hard contact like we saw all spring long, and there is no doubt about it. If you're going to win some games, you need your stars to star. Like, Contreras is going to have to be a guy that carries a lot of the weight in the offense, and same thing with, Arenado. He's going to have to be a guy that carries a lot of that weight. That's why they've been in the big leagues as long as they have the track record they have, and have the contracts they have, right? Like, that's stars have to star. You saw it in the series against the Mets. Like, off the top, you're hard-pressed to find a better 1, 2, 3 than Lindor, Soto, and Alonso, and they stepped up, right? So that is part of it. When it comes to his swing, I do think that he's looking more comfortable. You're seeing less of those swings where he looks like he's just in between. He's letting it fly a little bit more, and hopefully it's going to be warm here in Atlanta. Maybe that'll heat things up for Contreras, but they need him badly.
So JC had a pretty good weekend, both offensively and defensively. He looked pretty good at short. What do you suppose they do with him when Wynn comes back?
I feel like you have to keep him around. Now, again, I don't have the big office. I don't make any big decisions, but the guy has done nothing but produce. And you're right, Doug. I thought he played a very good shortstop. You can bounce him to second. You can bounce him to third. But he's ready to hit. Like, he is he's very aggressive in the box. He can hit not only strikes. He'll expand his strike zone a little bit, but he barrels a lot of baseballs. I just feel like he's put himself in a position, and right now where the Cardinals are trying to piece together some offense. We know how great of a start they had the last 11 games, though, scoring under 3 runs a game. I feel like you have to figure out a way to keep him on this roster, even when Wynn comes back.
Brad, is it still a thing? I know wins don't have the same value in the game with all the analytics, but do you think managers still want that pitcher to get through 5, that there's sort of an understanding between manager and starting pitcher, like, we'll get you through 5? I was thinking about it with Michaelis on Friday. He's there in the 5th, giving up some hits, and I felt like they're just trying to get him through the 5th. Is that still a thing in baseball?
You know what? I think it's less of a thing when it comes to, like, the W being next to somebody's name. Like, and as a pitcher, you should want that. You should want that next to your name, even though with all the variables, it just means you gave your team a chance. But I don't think that managers, and Ollie specifically, is chasing that. I think what you're trying to do is make sure you don't leave your bullpen in a bad spot. So you're trying to get your starter through that 5th or push him through a 6th because bullpen has been worked a lot. I feel like it's more of that, like kind of setting up the rest of the game and maybe the rest of a series than it is getting a W next to somebody's name. But I hope that starting pitchers care about that still. I hope they want that. Adam Wainwright always talked about that pride of having that W next to your name. Like, there's something real to that you were out there long enough, gave your team a chance, and ultimately won it.
Brad Thompson every Monday here on TMA Cardinals and Braves for 3 in Atlanta. Then back home Friday night against the Brewers, and then a couple of day games as well as the Cardinals try to right the ship from another rough weekend on the road up in the Northeast. Brad, always enjoy the conversation. Thank you so much for your time, and enjoy Georgia.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, we need some more fun stuff to talk about, so we need to rattle off some wins. So you boys have a great rest of your day, and I'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Brad.
All right,
That's Brad Thompson with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, giving us his perspective. It's such a weird thing, I think, for both hosts of programs and podcasts, and then for fans to read that perspective from a tweet that Katie sent out about an hour ago, in which Ali Marmol is saying, if this were a different team, he would have the ass, Doug, which is a phrase you always say when I mess up a tease, like when I messed up the tickets in the previous segment, you would have given me the ass.
I don't know what that is.
I think it's the red ass. And LaRussa used to say, I got the red ass, meaning they're really mad or honked off. Schilt would say red ass. And I guess now, because things are tighter on time, we just drop the red.
That's exactly right. But in this case, because the guys are younger, they're kind of giving him get-out-of-jail-free cards. Meanwhile, while a guy hits $150, he slides into the cleanup spot yesterday afternoon while they try to prevent a sweep. At some point, a player will have, if he's an everyday starter, 550-ish ballpark at-bats. Only one player on the Cardinals has more at-bats than Wilson Contreras, and that's Brendan Donovan, and he continues to flail. And yet not only he did get moved down the lineup, he got moved down to the cleanup spot.
Doug, you wanted to move down. There you go.
No, farther.
Buddy boy, he's
farther
hitting
down.
fourth.
And he's not a young guy. You can have the red ass with him. He's 32 years old. Some of these guys aren't so young. You got to stop babying them at some point.
They're in such a, like what progress is being made on the corners. And so then I wonder if the thing does spiral, but they're in such a rando division, if it does spiral, and then you look at the mess, and I mean mess, that they've got going on with the Baltimore pitching staff, Doug. They had infielders and Gary Sanchez out there pitching, and there was like in the 7th inning as they lost 24-2 at Camden Yards yesterday, that I wonder if a team like the Orioles that had higher hopes this year than the Cardinals would start to go, okay, we got to do something. We can't allow ourselves in a division where teams compete and try to do things in the offseason. We can't afford to let this thing get away from us this soon. That I wonder if the Cardinals would start to make moves quicker if the thing starts to spiral. In other words, they start to look to do it well before June, July.
I saw yesterday the Reds' 8 and 9 hitters were combined 11 for 14 with 2 home runs and 13 RBIs. That's a lot of damage out of your 8 and 9 holes.
Yeah, the catcher, who I believe is the backup, if I'm not mistaken, too, went 5 for 6.
6 for 7.
Oh, see, he wound up getting to 6.
He had a 3-run home run
to get to 6.
Yeah,
I saw 5 for 6. I mean, that's quite a little spot they've got themselves in Baltimore.
Yeah.
I think it's a little early for fans to hear what will sound a bit like an excuse. Well, we're young, and granted, some of the roster is, plenty of it is not. I still think with what you have, you're going to do your best. I think you could argue what you were bringing up with Brad is Halsey hasn't pitched much. I think since April 11th, he's pitched once. So was Friday a chance where you say, hey, we got to, I know it's not traditional, but I want to extend this game. And Fernandez right now, I've seen enough to know he's not the guy he was a year ago.
Yeah,
and
facing 3 of the best hitters in the league.
Even yesterday, Maton did pitch before Fernandez. It's a 4-3 game. You're still in it until he gives up 3 runs late. And I'm just surprised where they're like, sometimes they're the last to notice what we've all seen. Fernandez is not effective right now. And you can keep throwing him out there, or you can realize it. And Michaelis on Friday, it's again a reasonable debate. Were they trying to get him 5 innings? Chance they were winning 2-0, and he gave up a double, a triple. Okay, is that too soon to pull him? He did get Lindor. Then you're going to face Soto, whose splits are some are this year actually really good against lefties. So it's not a left-right situation, but it's Soto. Do you want to go to somebody in the pen there? They don't, and so now 3 out of 4 got hits in that 5th inning, and I'm willing to bet somewhere it was like, well, we got to get him through 5. I think that's a factor.
Yeah, and with the closers, it's not just the Cardinals. It seems like all over baseball. They will not bring that closer in, even if the game's on the line, unless it's a closing situation. So then what are you are you managing to win the game, or are you managing to help the closer's stats?
Yeah, I have
Which
to say,
is it?
I disagree with that part. They do it at home. The Helsley would come in at home.
If it's tied.
Right, correct. But on the road, and that's what he was asked about. But I think that the issue, if you want to focus on the Friday game, which I certainly think is something to discuss, is who you selected there. Because he has just not been effective. And you're bringing him in against the best of the best. I mean, you might be talking about one of the best 1-2-3s right there that he faced. I realize he didn't get to them all because Lindor's ball left the yard. But then that goes back to what Brad's point was. Well, if you only got one guy, then you got bigger problems. But then I go back to where I am, is if you have that many problems, you still have these veterans that are occupying spots. And if it's going to get really bad, and you have a team like the Orioles, which were, I think their win total before the season was 86.5, and they are currently tied for last place, or a half game up on the Rays in the American League East, and are giving up the amount of runs that they are giving up, that would the Cardinals and would Baltimore go, okay, we realize it's only April, but we got to start having a conversation. There's only one team that's given up more runs than the Baltimore Orioles, and they are a AAA team that gets to play in the National League West in Colorado.
Bless their hearts. They got off to a 3-17 start.
Their hearts.
Yeah. I mean, nobody is outside of the teams that are giving up comparable amounts of runs to the Orioles, the Rockies, the Marlins, the A's, and the Nationals. You could have expected all of that before the season, except the Orioles are trying to win and win now. The rest of them are just kind of, just occupying spots because baseball has quite a little labor situation on their hands and teams get to flop around. So that's something that I'm keeping an eye on, is if the Cardinals would pivot or if another organization would pivot and make a move. Another thing, the Braves started off, you want to talk about a surprising start to a season. I think the Orioles would be in that category in the American League, the Braves in the National League, although the Braves won 3 in a row over the weekend. That if this thing goes badly against Atlanta and then they come back home this weekend, what that attendance is going to look like. That's, I know it's not something people necessarily enjoy hearing about, but you got the Milwaukee Brewers in town. The forecast is supposed to be pretty good weather-wise. That's something that I will be monitoring. A Friday night game and then 2 day games on Saturday and Sunday. And one of those day games, Martin, will be going up against your St. Louis Blues. High noon start on Sunday. That's exactly right.
It's the worst case scenario for a team that had fans expecting very little. You had to start better. And 9-9 last week. Like, all right, they're playing decent. There was the national show that featured John Boy, but he wasn't on the John Boy show.
That's correct.
But the audio was basically, hey, we don't know what to make of these guys. People were slightly impressed. And I think we even pointed out that's when they're at 500, and people are kind of like, wow, they're not bad.
Yeah, kind of fun to watch. People were buying in, and then you have that happen. It's the one time they go up against 2 quality teams on the road and they just get worked over. That's really discouraging. And then that's going to lead to people going, okay, I'm going to go to the Blues game, or I'm going to invest in the Blues game on Thursday and Sunday. From my fan standpoint of disposable income, I'm not going to spend money and go down there to see them play on Friday and Saturday. So keep an eye on how things play out this week against the Braves before they return home on Friday against the Brewers. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. The program is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. The purpose for having a financial advisor is so that you can have someone in your corner who can help you make good decisions to help you get toward your goals. They help you think about things such as investing, tax strategies, insurance, cash flow, and liquidity so that you can understand your best path forward. Call Mark Hanna and his team at Evergreen Wealth Strategies at 314-889-0503 or go online at evergreenstl.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Equitable Advisors, LLC, New York, member FINRA, SIPC, and Equitable Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, respectively. Annuities and insurance offered through Equitable Network, LLC. We'll come back with the 10 o'clock hour TMA here on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan for Universal Windows Direct. If spring cleaning has you thinking about spring upgrading, this is the month to do it. Freshen up your home's look, boost your energy efficiency, and save big during Universal Windows Direct's Spring Home Improvement event. Right now, it's their classic fan favorite offer. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and there's no limit. Need 4, you pay for 2. Need 12, you pay for 6. You get the idea, but this month the savings do not stop there. For a limited time, Universal Windows Direct is also offering no interest until 2030. That's right. Upgrade your home today and don't pay a cent in interest for 6 whole years. It's the easiest way to start your project now without the financial pressure. And here's the real spring surprise. Get a bonus $500 off your entire home improvement project. There's never been a better time to bundle and save. So work with Universal Direct. Universal Windows Direct. What are you waiting for? Upgrade your curb appeal, increase your energy savings, and take on those big projects with confidence. Schedule your free in-home estimate today by calling 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. For the last windows you'll ever need, go with Universal Windows Direct. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. pretty good, isn't it?
Well, I don't know what the fascination really is. This is from Karate Kid again? What
Nice
is this
show
from?
prep.
Teen Wolf.
Teen Wolf. Best
Okay.
Picture 1985?
I don't know the years, Tim.
How about that lyric?
That's not bad.
Hey, we had the Dotem announcement at 8 o'clock. Big doings. Get your foursome together May 29th and or May 30th. It's all presented to you by Michelob Ultra. You tee off with TMA at the return of the Dotem, presented by Michelob Ultra. It's May 29th and May 30th at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort. I would tell you that it's about 15, 20 minutes down 55 from the 270, 55 interchange. Is that the right term? Interchange? Is that right?
Is that like a corridor or is it not a corridor? That's exchange. Interchange. Well, anyway, it's over there.
Cloverleaf?
Oh, wow. That was a big moment for Kirkwood High School.
Was it?
Yeah, it was.
That's what we used to call them anyway.
I like that. I like that a lot. Get your foursome together for a full day out on the course with TMA, including, and we're going to fatten you up real nice, like complimentary breakfast from Donut Drive-In.
Nice.
Lunch from Lee's Famous Recipe Kitchen.
Love that.
Chicken. All your Michelob Ultra throughout the day. The 100 West Dental closest to the pin competition. And then an after party with food from Texas Roadhouse on Thursday and Super Smokers Barbecue on Friday. Registration opens this Friday morning at 8 a.m. So get your foursome together. Registration opens this Friday morning at 8 a.m. So be ready to get your foursome Friday at 8 a.m. with a portion of the proceeds from this year's Dotem benefiting the St. Louis Hero Network in honor of Brian McKenna. Brian worked with a number of charities throughout the St. Louis area, but one that he worked with often was the St. Louis Hero Network. So we reached out to here Jesse Kiowski, who handles the marketing and events for TMA and has since we arrived here in 2022. And Ryan McKenna, Brian's nephew, reached out to the good people at St. Louis Hero Network to partner for this year's Dotem with the St. Louis Hero Network in honor of Brian McKenna. You can find out all of the Dotem information at 101ESPN.com. There you go. Thursday, May 29th, Friday, May 30th at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort. Under new management starting in January, and I was out there a few weeks ago to check it out. It'll be a great spot. Pavilion overlooking the Mississippi River. Great bar, as you'll see when you go to their website. And we will have a feast. Doug, you lay a base at around 9 in the morning with Donut Drive-In. Have, what do you think, 4 or 5 donuts?
A couple bear claws, at least.
Minimum.
I like that Dunkin' stick. It's just kind of a old-fashioned cruller.
I'm telling you. Then you make the turn. You have yourself a whole bird from Lee's.
A whole fryer?
Jackie's the voice of Lee's Chicken. He recommends.
I eat bear claws 2 at a time.
Charlie.
Chuck will probably come on and eat a bear claw.
You got Michelob Ultra throughout the day. And then you have the after party. If you're playing on Thursday, you get Texas Roadhouse. If you're playing on Friday, you have Super Smokers Barbecue. You play both days. You'll be fattened up for the slaughter.
God, you will be. If you do all that eating and drinking and golfing, you go right down the road. There's a Peevely car wash there. You can get yourself cleaned up before you drive back home.
I kind of want to just sit on one hole and visit with people.
It's not a bad move. Celebrity shot.
Well,
I did that at the 2022
I don't know
Dotem?
the years.
Yes.
Thank you. And Eddie McVeigh of Maggie O'Brien's, friend of the show, friend of the Irish community for certain, Martin. He walked
Friend of
up,
Doc Gooden's.
randomly. He walks up to the 5th tee and he goes, "What is this? One of those douchebag celebrity shots? I'll hit it myself." And I said, "I'll be happy to hit the shot." And I yanked it dead into the woods for Eddie's team. And I still hear about it years later.
Yeah, I don't want to be the celebrity shot. I just want to kind of hang out.
And just have some libations.
Yeah, say, "Hey, what's up? How we doing?"
Just
and
eat bear claws too.
Yeah, pounding drinks. And guys will say, "Yeah, what's up, man? I'm the Fenton Freddy's fluffer." I'm like, "Oh, thanks.
Maybe
good
just
to meet you."
see how many whole fryers you can eat in a day.
A whole bird.
Maybe eat a couple of them.
A couple of birds?
Yeah, a couple of chickens. Entire chickens in one day.
Jackson,
I think I could.
I probably, throughout the course of the day, it's possible. A little text audit. A lot of folks did send in pictures of Normandy Golf Club. I appreciate that.
Oh, is that right?
A number of people did. I said early on, no, a handful of people said, here's a couple of shots. My granddaughter goes to Incarnate Word. Other people driving by, because we said, what is the status? Doug was golf sourcing and said, what does it look like at Normandy Golf Club? So thank you to all of those texters. Also, Dougie's Clandestine Roots has texted in saying that they're the GM at Antonino's, where Jackson likes to go not to watch Blues hockey. And he said, let me know anytime you guys want to come by. We'll get you the VIP treatment. Oh. Tim deserves it, I believe it's what he said.
I have never been. Wow. And my wife and I sometimes will be talking about, these rare, we're on the hunt for a babysitter, by the way. So if anybody has a child who is looking for some babysitting hours, my God, do I have some for you in Carport Village. But anytime...
I do fear the responses now we're going to get on that.
It'll just be like 45-year-old guys.
Yeah. Jimmy, that's a really dangerous idea.
T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. But one of those nights, I'll be like, I got to get to Antonino's. I've heard great things. Now, I wouldn't do it in the third period of a Blues playoff game. I'm not saying that it was wrong. I'm just saying I wouldn't do that, but I appreciate the general manager because I have heard the toasted ravioli at Antonino's is the bee's knees. Doug, Jackson, did you get any of that when you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, it's outstanding.
Well, would you compare it to any other toasted ravioli because they're such a unique dish, Doug, that it's.
Yeah.
It's not really a dish.
A little bigger. Crispy edges, I would say.
You ever been to Trattoria Marcella?
I have.
They have monster toasted ravioli.
Touch smaller, I would say. Touch smaller. But the sauce,
right,
is what is so key.
What makes it so delicious and nutritious, boy?
Sweet. Tell it's fresh. It's made right there. That's the key right there. So.
Tableside. Doug got to see tableside guac at Rocco's Tacos.
They
down
peel
there
and crush the tomatoes right in your grill, Doug. Or right up in your business. Yeah. And just crushing tomatoes. You're like, heads up, watch out for some pulp. Nah, it's really good. And they make their pasta in there. It's cool. I like the place.
John Scores is not happy with the show. One of the biggest WW recaps of the year tomorrow, and I bet Larry won't get on.
Why would that be one of the biggest of the year? Wouldn't today's be the biggest of the year, coming off WrestleMania?
We don't do recaps on Monday, Doug. Thanks for paying attention to the program.
Well, I know we don't usually, but if ever we did, this would be the time to do it, right?
I told you earlier, the Raw after WrestleMania is one of the biggest things going.
It is one of the biggest things going, and that's why you got to watch tonight.
I'm not watching tonight.
I'm back. What's on the dossier tomorrow, Jackson? Is there room for a recap? It's fluid. It's fluid, right?
Yeah, but you don't like the sassy, is that what you call it? Larry sends sassy text messages to Jackson.
That's accurate. Yeah, very sassy. It's tough.
What do you mean it's tough? What does that mean?
Well, I'm not a very confrontational guy. And so when I get a little sass in my phone, it's like, I don't know how to handle this, And I often just try to be as professional as possible.
Do you?
Good for you.
I try,
You will not engage like Zach Bolduc did skating.
Right. That's the key is, we have a goal to focus on, and that's broadcast excellence. The Blues have a goal. That's winning this baby. And anything that could get in the way of that or deter it, you want to avoid at all costs.
Who's further away from their goal? Blues or us?
Us. Yeah, the Blues had it right in front of them. Us, we're just kind of searching in an empty mine shaft.
Searching. Tim, I know we're not quite into 10-1, and I do have to go to onboarding. Mr. Siders will be pleased. But in 10-1, it says the legendary Elaine May was born on this day in 1932. In 1987, she released Ishtar, a movie that flopped hard at the box office, but since its release has grown in its critical estimation and become a cult classic.
All right.
And you're wondering, what does this have to do with anything? What is an example of a former St. Louis athlete or coach who was misunderstood at the time, but has grown in time, has grown in estimation?
Has grown in estimation.
I think that's what it says.
How about Dick Allen, who was here only for a year, had a big year, and then we traded him on to the Dodgers, and then he became a Hall of Famer, right?
Yeah.
You're looking at me.
I'd say Mike Martz in some way because even though there was frustration with the coaching, but
there was appreciation now for what that was like.
Because it got so bad in the immediate aftermath.
The exciting football at the very least.
Yeah, even though losing some of those games in frustrating fashion, it was at least entertaining. I It's a great question, Jackson.
Thank you. Happy
It's an
birthday to Elaine May.
It's an odd way to get to it, but I like the question.
Dossier, man. You
It took
never
a
know.
twist. It
You
took a
never know
turn.
that Steeple Dossier will bring you. Email in because we're giving away 101 ESPN's giving away your shot to score a pair of tickets to the first ever Big League Bash featuring Adam Wainwright. That's the prize, and that's taking place on Sunday, July 27th at the factory. That's the prize for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. JV golf coach leading the month with, what would you say, 9 more shows left in the month of 8 more shows left in the month of April. Doug, is that correct? 8 more?
I think it is. Check. I don't know. I'd have to check.
Got 5 this week and then 3 next week, and then we turn the page to May. So email in when those Big League Bash tickets the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin's heading off to onboarding. Martin, we will talk tomorrow, and the Blues will have evened this series up, and we'll be buzzing about Thursday night at Enterprise Center and it being an old-fashioned pony show for an 8:47 puck drop this time tomorrow.
I think so.
Woot.
I'm raring to go. Jackson, I'm going to call you early in the third period just to make sure you're A, awake, and that you are not headed out for dinner.
Okay.
Fair?
All right. I hope I answer.
Wow, sounds like a no.
Yeah, it sounds like a no, too. I would short the market right there, Martin. Martin's headed onboarding. Doug and I are going to bring the heat in the 10 o'clock hour at the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The NBA playoffs are underway, and yesterday the Thunder took on the Grizzlies. Final score of that game, Thunder 131, Grizzlies 80. A tough showing for Memphis. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
We fight, we claw, we'll never stop. Stanley dreams will reach the top.
Doug, I can picture we're in a Caribbean island together, our wives back here, and we're listening to this and getting ready to watch Game 2 in Winnipeg.
What would you be wearing?
I'd wear a hula dress, even though I know that's more of a Hawaii thing. But for whatever reason, I can picture that with the shells over my man breasts.
Like the coconuts?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good look.
Thank you. Oh, I like it. You don't like the answer, but you're the one who asked the question.
Yeah, seriously.
If you don't want the answer, don't ask the question.
What would you wear, Doug?
Blue sweater, snaps on the back.
Probably khakis, blue Oxford button-down shirt.
Yeah, socks pulled up to the knee.
Penny loafers.
I like that look. It's TMA 101 ESPN. We've been joined on the program by Chris Kerber and by Brad Thompson. You miss anything, go back and podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. If you're feeling sluggish here on a Monday morning, I would like to recommend checking things out at Mentality. Low testosterone symptoms can be wide and varied. So just because you're feeling this way or that way, that doesn't mean that it's low testosterone, but it certainly can be. The symptoms include low energy, low motivation, you're tired all the time, weight gain, muscle loss, low libido, which can strain relationships. Get tested. I got tested. It was super easy, and I did so at Mentality. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. And you have board-certified physicians who provide a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis all during your first visit. Mentality focusing on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring that your treatment is tailored to your body. Don't let low testosterone hold you back. Be your best for yourself and your family. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio and find out how to book an appointment or find an offer at mentalityhealth.com/radio. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way at about 10:45, 10:50, and we're giving away Big League Bash tickets featuring Adam Wainwright for our prize today. That's coming up on Sunday, July 27th at the Factory. That's coming your way. Then BK and Ferrario from 11 to 2. Then you've got the Fast Lane 2 to 5:30 because the Blues pregame show is at 5:30 tonight with the puck drop at 6:30 in Winnipeg. What will the atmosphere be like in Winnipeg tonight? Well, the boys on the Jets were certainly enjoying it from Saturday night's Game 1, and they were raving about the whiteout. Here is Connor Hellebuck talking about how that crowd gave them a boost and was a challenge for the Blues.
I think the first game of playoffs is always kind of like that. There's so much adrenaline. Who knows who slept last night, honestly, because you look forward to this one all season long. So I think our crowd just was phenomenal and brought it tonight. Really helped us get the momentum when we needed it. And, when you're in a game like that, you just use it, you feed off of it, and you continue shift after shift and continue with your game.
There's Mark Scheifele on that crowd as well.
An incredible atmosphere here. What did it feel like to play in front of the whiteout?
Oh, it's incredible. I think, we were talking about before the game how electric it is even for warm-up. So, we're happy that we showed well tonight and got the win for them. They've been fantastic all year, and what a great night.
It looked like a wild place. Looked like they were having fun outside there, too.
Yeah, it was. You think there would be a scene like that Thursday night around 11 o'clock p.m. downtown?
A little late for that.
So if the game started, so great, we can counter it. Sunday at noon, you think there'll be a crowd like that?
They could get a crowd, whether it's like that, I don't know. Game 4?
Jackson, if there was an outdoor party on Sunday outside the Enterprise Center for Game 4, Blues with a chance to go up 3 games to 1, would you hang out outside the building? I mean, Doug and I, our time has passed.
Sure.
I'm a 48-year-old married father of 2.
Right.
But you're a bachelor.
You're wearing hula dresses.
I'm wearing hula dresses when I get at my
With
escape to
shells
the
on your
Caribbean.
man boobs?
That's correct. Man breasts. I wouldn't say that. That's
why I
racist.
wanted to dress and
Low
look
hanging
just as
fruit.
straight as possible.
Would you go out outside the building and join the fans like they did in Winnipeg?
So the idea here is that you go outside the game pre-game, but don't go into the building to watch the game.
Can't get into the game. It's
Don't
sold
have
out,
tickets.
baby.
Right. And so you just stand out there and what? Have your phone out watching?
No, they set up a big,
big screens, baby.
Oh, so stand
portable
outside
screen.
and watch?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
Doesn't sound like you gave it that much consideration.
Are you even a St. Louisan?
I am. I'm proud of it.
Okay.
But that doesn't sound all that appealing.
What if they were showing Game 4 of the Rockets Warriors?
If there's a good crowd, people looking to watch some ball. Good to see, Steph Curry, big 3. But outside of that, probably not. I've never really wanted to do any of that stuff.
Doug does live shots during Cardinal World Series games from outside the building.
But the
Right field
exposure
parking
he
lot.
got from that, that
Really
was the
boosted my
trade-off.
career.
Yeah. Think about how much.
I just felt like at that moment, a lot of people would turn off the game and turn on to Channel 4 News to see me talking about the game that they could be watching.
Right. It was important for you to be out there.
Yes.
What you were doing was important not only for the city but the sport.
I used to tell them we should cover anything but the World Series.
Counter-programming.
The only people watching us are people who could care less about the World Series.
WrestleMania.
Cover everything else.
WrestleMania. You could
Even
have been,
that would be better than covering the World Series while it's on another channel.
why'd you say even that?
Yeah, I noticed that. I caught that.
Because that would be right at the bottom of the barrel.
Oh! Boom! Doug, it sounds like there's some people considering babysitting for me and my family.
Oh, good.
In the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, they want to know what it's paying these days.
I actually thought they were asking how much you would charge them.
Oh, to pay me to be able to babysit
Yes.
my children.
Don't babysitters get like $15 an hour or so?
I think it's higher than that. now,
15?
isn't it?
Yeah.
I think it's higher than that.
Yeah, I'm no kids, and
You're in.
pretty
You want to spend some time? You've already spent some time with my boys.
Yeah, I'm not saying I want to, but
Well, how much is it?
I would say at least
It's probably a flat rate.
double that.
Double that?
I don't know about you. Must be a Huntley babysitter.
Yeah, I typically watch
So you
kids
go
from the
out for 4 or 5
63124.
hours and you owe the babysitter $120?
And plus fridge
I'm going to
privileges.
tell you my understanding, but you have to understand, I'm a meat and potatoes guy.
Yeah, I know.
Is in between the 15 and the 30. That's my understanding in 2025. But again, I'm meat and potatoes. I'm no noble. I'm more proletarian.
It's got to be the best job you could have as like a teenage girl or something. To come and spend 4 or 5 hours watching TV and playing with a toddler and walking away with $100.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good gig.
Refrigerator privileges.
Tiny PP is submitting a candidate right now in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. I've got a daughter the right age, Tim, but she will just stare at her phone for 4 to 5 hours and ignore your sons. Let me know if that's okay. So there's our first application.
That's what most would do. And it's not just teenagers. Most anybody would do that these days, I think.
I would charge per bedtime story. So it's the fifth. It's like 18 an hour, and then if you want 2 bedtime
you got an a la
stories,
carte menu?
Yeah, yeah. But I'll read. Oh boy, the inflection I'll have. That'd be great, but it's gonna cost you.
So I have a 7-year-old. Doug, what is the right age where I can just say, all right, boys, see ya?
You're gonna
without a babysitter?
Hi.
I think it's about 11 or 12.
Is that right?
I think it's a little north of that. I bet.
Is that right?
I think it's 13 or 14. I mean, I guess it's kid by kid, but also you're leaving them with another child. That's the thing. Is now it's not only just leaving them by themselves, but plus the other
Sometimes
kid.
the younger one is going to come up with the old "you're not the boss of me" statement. It's going to cause some problems.
Yeah. I feel like that was a common plot theme in 80s and 90s sitcoms where the oldest of 3 would be left in charge and all hell would break loose.
Yeah. My kids were able to stay at home for short periods of time alone at about age 12.
Okay.
About 6th grader.
That's because John Vaughn wears a C on his sweater.
Well, I don't know. It's because they like to watch TV and just play around the house.
Yeah.
And didn't mind being home and alone.
Hey, guys, I really don't care if Jackson watches the Blues tonight, but if they win the Cup, he better not even think for a second about attending the parade. That's from Big Tuft.
Again, this is just the kind of gatekeeping that's going to grow the game of hockey. This is what's needed, is keeping people out of their sport.
You've kept throwing out, is June 14th, right?
For the
June 14th at noon.
That'll also be the day the Battlehawks are winning the UFL championship.
How about that, Doug?
Okay, that'd
one of
be
the
nice.
greatest days in the history of St. Louis sports.
Good times. Good fun.
I watched Tim's kid for 5 minutes at the driving range, and his son gave me the Brazzers password, huge ROI. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, that's a family secret.
Yeah.
Family account.
Can Tim be the new Pope? He's already worshipped, but this will really set it in stone. That's from MD 2020.
What's the rules there? You have to already be a cardinal? Is that the rule?
I don't look at me. I'm
Doug's
a
a
Catholic.
Presbyterian gentleman.
Okay.
He had some Pope takes this morning.
Oh, you were giving Pope takes? I think that's usually the case.
Okay.
I think that's usually
gotta
the case.
make
But
you-
there will be a real papal conclave here in the next, in the next 24 hours. They'll get underway.
Oh, they get right to it, like the next day?
Yeah.
Well, someone's got
Someone's got to, Doug. That was
Someone's
their
got to
response.
what? Ceremonial stuff?
Well, someone's got to be in charge, I guess.
No kid wants to hear a bedtime story about the New Orleans Pelicans, Jackson.
Oh, well,
that's
they
from
might.
Moist to Salou.
All right. I mean, I'd read anything.
Yeah.
Board books, preferably. A little quicker.
Fluffernutters fan page moderator says we normally run $20 to $25 an hour for a babysitter.
$25 an hour?
I got to tell you, that's in the ballpark of industry standard at this moment in
God.
2025. And since there is a high demand, the economy, it's currently a babysitter's market, Doug. It's a babysitter's market.
So
I'm on the air begging for a babysitter.
Why would anybody flip hamburgers or something standing on their feet for 12 or $15 an hour? If you could go to someone's house and watch TV and play with a little kid for 4 or 5
I think
hours
some
and make a
people
lot
are
more than
scared of
that.
carports. I think that probably plays a role in it.
Fear of carports is what's driving
It's
it.
almost all carport related.
If it gets too much higher, I may quit this job and become a babysitter.
You might be a babysitter.
That's your golden parachute.
Well, it seems like a pretty easy way to make $25 an hour.
I agree. Tax free, probably.
Winnipeg is a frozen tundra of sadness. They have nothing better than their hockey team. Blues will shut them up tonight. That's from Barclay's Bone.
Okay.
How about that?
I like that idea.
Can you imagine this time tomorrow we're talking about Game 3 in St. Louis on a Thursday night? A lot of people take off work on Friday. It'll be a pony. And listen, maybe they can knock this thing out in 5 games. But oh my goodness, Friday, May 2nd. In St. Louis, Game 6, Blues up 3-2, just like they were in 2019. And maybe the Dallas Stars will be waiting, just like they were in 2019 and 2016 for the Blues in the second round. Can you imagine the sundresses that would be out? It'd be like in between the 10 and 16 fairways yesterday in Hilton Head, South Carolina.
It'll be a hot time in the town. You better hope your air conditioning's working right. And so what do you do to make sure that happens? You call Design Air. When it comes to heating and cooling, you trust the name that's been around longer than all of us. It's been around longer than anyone still living, actually. Design Air Heating and Cooling, proudly serving the area since 1904. That's more than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy. They're not just another HVAC company. They're the longest-running sponsor on TMA, and that loyalty says a lot. At the helm, Seth Goldcamp, a name you can trust, leading a team that truly values integrity. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You'll never be sold something you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they've got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Visit designairservice.com and schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904.
There you go. Sponsor of the email today, which is coming your way here on TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson talking to you about Lee's famous recipe chicken. And guess what, Battlehawks fans? Lee's Chicken is all up in the Battlehawks season for 2025, offering up their own Battlehawks box. And you may be asking yourself, where am I going to be going here? You're going to be going Lee's famous recipe chicken. There's 15 St. Louis area locations, and in that Battlehawks box, you get 4 of their hand-breaded famous chicken strips, an order of potato wedges, not weak little fries, not what they're doing, the little tiny little fries, not even tater tots, big old potato wedges. I like to dip it in the Chipotle Ranch. Well, good thing. They give you 2 dipping sauces on the side of this. And you get a code valid for up to 30% off of Battlehawks tickets, meaning tickets are starting at just $14. All of this for $8.99. That delicious Battlehawks box. You want to add a drink? Add a buck. There you go. So get game day ready with a Battlehawks box for just $8.99 at any of the St. Louis area Lee's Famous Recipe chicken locations. And remember that CAW is the law.
Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, we are 7 hours away from the Blues pregame show here on 101 ESPN, and the puck drop 8 hours away. Looking forward to the festivities. The question is it going to be feisty? Is it going to carry over? Here is the call from John Kelly and Jamie Rivers at the end of game one. All hell was breaking loose.
Hit the lever, please, Pale.
chance on Mark Scheifele. Something happened off that face-off where Braden Shen ended up on the ice, and he has not been happy since that point. And it's no surprise here. Now Jake Niebuhr's going to get into it with Iafallo.
And they get the gloves off. Niebuhr's in a bit of a headlock.
As Jake's trying to find his footing there, as Iafallo had dropped the gloves on that one. Niebuhr's choosing not to.
Doug, there you go.
Okay. Well, I hope it'll carry over. I think that would help the Blues.
I agree with you,
if it's
actually.
a raunchy game like that.
Scheifele tends to lose control of his emotions, so maybe Bolduc and Neighbors are just sending some telepathic messages to him. He likes to lose his mind. Iafallo is a bandy little rooster. He got the game-tying goal, and that's who Bolduc was firing into the benches as he headed over. I'm looking forward to seeing the Blues' response tonight. As Chris Kerber said, I don't really know what they can do with the lineup outside of maybe a slight line change. He was talking about the possibility of Kyrou moving, but how they counter what Winnipeg does. This is, and Chairman, you were looking at that article on picking the playoff series. I didn't see a lot of people picking the Jets. As a matter of fact, now that I think about it, I didn't see anyone picking the Jets to win the Stanley Cup. Anyone. Now, that doesn't mean that no one did, but I'm talking about hockey writers, podcasters with podcasts with real followings. Nobody was picking them despite winning the President's Trophy. Didn't see a lot of Leafs picks either, and I think so much of that has to do with the history of the organization. Certainly Toronto's goes back decades. As far as caliber of teams go, Winnipeg is a hell of a hockey team. And unfortunately, Blues fans got a chance to see that firsthand in the second half of that game on Saturday night. And that's why I will be intrigued to see what Jim Montgomery, who's a hell of a coach, what they do tonight. This will be super intriguing. How will these young guys respond in their second game in the Stanley Cup playoffs? And how will Jim Montgomery counter what Winnipeg does so effectively?
Yeah, both Winnipeg and Toronto are playing very well right now, and both played very well throughout the regular season and aren't getting a whole lot of love. And then we saw where the Stars were the betting favorite.
That's correct, to win the Cup, not just to win their series, but to win the
and
Cup.
Closed out the regular season losing 6 or 7 in a row and lost badly in Game 1 at home.
It's changed now
Colorado.
with Jason Robertson's injury. Certainly but yeah, they got worked over on Saturday following the Blues game. I don't know. I don't know what that's about. But Winnipeg's a hell of a team. And as I keep hammering home, I think if they were Colorado or if they were Dallas or if they were Vegas, maybe even the Kings, going back to their success a decade and change ago, that there'd be greater appreciation for how good they are and how that style can just smother the game. As weird as it is, that game on Saturday night was incredibly entertaining. It was super entertaining because what they do can be kind of a four corners style of play, but that thing was super entertaining. I'll be intrigued to see what takes place tonight. I am really looking forward to tonight because I do not share the opinion that if the Blues fall down 2-0 that they can bounce back and win this thing. But what I will be really intrigued by is how they play, how they respond, because the second half of that thing was not competitive on Saturday night.
As entertaining as it was, some still went to Antonino's in the middle of the third period. So, maybe it can be even more entertaining tonight.
Where are you going to watch it tonight, Jackson?
My home. Yep.
Han Solo?
Yeah, just me. Hang out. I'll watch the game.
You want to come over and maybe see if you want to wet your beak on the babysitting thing?
I mean, for $25 an hour.
Watch it at his house and make the $25
He already coaches
an
up
hour.
one of my sons in basketball.
Yeah, love doing that. Yeah, that's fun.
Doug, the Blues have fallen to be the second longest shot to win the Chalice. They are now plus 6,600 to win the Stanley Cup. The only team with longer odds is...
Montreal?
No.
Minnesota?
No.
Can I have initials?
NJD.
NJD. New Jersey Dogs? New Jersey Devils?
That's it.
Oh, that was easy.
And they used to be the Kansas City Scouts. You're right.
I think they did, yeah.
So that's kind of fun, though, for
fun
St. Louis
times.
fans
Yeah.
because they used to be the Kansas City Scouts. That's a Missouri team, and so then you can cheer for the Devils.
And there was a whole Scott Stevens thing.
Right. And that went well. So
Not for us.
So you can invest in the Scouts, but they're plus 8,000 to win. The Avalanche now, the favorite, plus 500. The Dallas Stars have dropped significantly. They are plus 1,800. So there you go.
Okay.
All right. Don't give up. Don't give up.
Well, I won't.
You still have friends. Think about that. Was that Bird York?
I don't know.
Well,
Dick York. He was Darren on Bewitched.
One of many.
Two. Dick York and Dick Sargent.
I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to bite the apple. I'm not going to take your temptation that you're setting me up for, and I won't.
Well,
do
those
it.
were the two Darrens.
Yeah, I know what you're doing, though, and I don't like it. Sophomoric is what it is. Jackson, we got this designer heating and cooling email today coming up.
Yeah, next segment.
And we're giving away Big League Bash tickets. Adam Wainwright's concert on Sunday, July 27th at the Factory. That's the prize. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. It is TMA. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Brown and Crouppen is online at brownandcrouppen.com. Doug, I mean, it's not fair to ask somebody to just give a phone number out of nowhere, but
314-222-2222.
There you go. I mean, if you can remember a phone number in 2025, then you are a wizard, and Brown and Crouppen's is easily memorable. 314-222-2222. If you're going to be in need of a personal injury attorney, don't you want a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case in the local environment? Well, that's Brown and Crouppen. And Ed Herman, I think, is going to be in tomorrow. Matter of fact, Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen, they come in on Tuesdays. Superior Legal Services, they value their clients as well. They value the St. Louis metropolitan area as well. They have been locally owned and operated and in St. Louis since 1979. It's Brown and Crouppen, a big part of the St. Louis community. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision. It should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. This program is called The Morning After. We have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Coming up, it's TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues, Game 2 against Winnipeg, right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 5:30, puck drop at 6:30. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, so many listeners enjoyed Pestis from Festus's call and the guy whose neighbor said Cam Jansen could eat a lot of punches. Those were the Callier and
Very
Thompson
good
phone
calls.
lines. Callier and Thompson, right there on Manchester, Bowen,
Right.
Uncle Bill's.
Yeah, maybe you're eating punches when your house is starting to fall apart, and you need somebody to come in and make it look like a show place. You know, it can be an ordeal to move, and one mistake a lot of people make is they wait until they're about to move to fix up the house, and then they sell it, and then they allow the new people to enjoy what they did.
Yeah.
Do it now. Fix up your house now while you are in it, and the place to go to get that done is Callier and Thompson. It's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home and who's going to be there to back up their work. Callier and Thompson stands behind every job that they do. During the process, they are always available for you in case you need to make any changes. The Callier and Thompson team cares about the work that they produce. For them, it's more than just a job. They take great pride in the work that they produce. Callier and Thompson's core values are summed up by simply doing the right thing. May cost them a little extra time and a few extra dollars, but that's what sets them apart from the competition. When you get a job done, whether that's a new kitchen, bathroom, getting the basement fixed up, whatever you want to do with Callier and Thompson, they will do it right. All their carpenters and subcontractors take care of a customer's home the same as if it was their own. It's a business that's been around since the 1950s, more than 165 years of experience now with their employees. Bob Strati and Carolyn Beard own the place. They want to make sure that you are happy, and I guarantee you will be because of the work that they do. It is absolutely outstanding. Callier and Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality. Online at CallierandThompson.com.
Time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Last night, as I was watching Channel 4, I was a little surprised they cut from the storm coverage to Doug's sports segment. But I do have to say I agree 100% with Doug's take that if all hometown teams play and lose on the same day, they should have to play the next game nude to give back to the fans they let down. I was just writing in to say, hope you all had a great Easter, especially Tim. I love you, Tim. Had some Joey Vitale's face dong?
Oh, my. He's new. Joey Vitale's face.
Imagine if Boof would have left the basketball game during the second half to go to Antonino's. It would have changed the course of history. Think about it. That's from Steve, One Empty Stadium Way.
Steve at One Empty Stadium Way.
And finally, if it rains anymore, my backyard is going to be wetter than Plowsy's taint after a long day at Raging Rivers. These storms remind me of the time you guys filmed the 2023 Dotem preview video in torrential downpour.
That was great.
The wind was so loud that day, you couldn't hear Plowsy talk because he was so high that he kept forgetting to face the microphone. Thursday is the one-year anniversary of Darren's departure. And as I listen to you dumbasses talk about the WWE, I miss him more with each passing moment. A hetero twink like that only comes along once in a generation. Enough reminiscing. Can we talk about Justin Thomas's facial hair? It's downright embarrassing. Looks like Marmol's strategic beard without the strategy. I've seen steaming Lime totem poles look better than that monstrosity. And another thing, I swear to all that is holy that if I hear you jackasses bring up the Real Housewives at TMA or play one more stupid fan-produced AI song, I will drive down to Hubbard and hog-tie that pale producer of yours. These Redbirds are not Youngry. Their sorry asses are almost in last place. Acceptable topics include the standalone Auntie Anne's pretzel shop, the stay-at-home dads convention, or the fact that Bennington is going to shut out the Jets tonight. Let's go Blue! That's from the JV Golf Coach and Doug. That's what we have.
JV Golf Coach.
The Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
Well, JV Golf Coach was pretty good, but I'm going to go for Joey Vitale's face dong.
JV Golf Coach.
I like the face dong.
Boy, I guess I got to go face dong as well. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Time for us to go. BK Ferrari up next. Bye.